All of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, unless these benefits are going to, roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation.
Number two, none of us were there during the days of slavery. So whatever story they have taught us, we don't sold it, that your brother sold you. I wasn't there, you weren't there, so we don't even know what truth is. And even if it's the truth, how many years ago have it been? Some of you have forgiven the white man, but you refuse to forgive your so-called brothers who sold you to the white man. I don't believe that story because I wasn't there.
She doesn't believe that story because she wasn't there. Wow. So what stories do you believe? Because you weren't there for most stories. Tethers, man. Tethers. It's always interesting to watch Tethers discuss diaspora wars. That's like watching a panel full of white people discuss racism. It's like, okay, and then don't hold themselves for the reason. It's like, okay, that didn't, amount to nothing.
To view, my people, today we want to discuss about the Black people who are in America, in USA, and Africans, the relationship of Africans and Black people. It seems that Africans look down upon Black people who are in America. There are some of the reasons that makes us to see like the Africans who are in Africa are looking down to American Black people. So let us dive on this issue, then we will be proceeding on. Just watch these videos and we'll be back for a moment.
And I'm West African, Nigerian, but I was born in Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska. My father went to school there. I have video on my Instagram, comedian Godfrey, by the way. But it's the truth. Because if you ever remember the movie Sugar Hill,
yep,
and there's a scene
where
they're doing the thing with the drug dealer, and the guy said, we can't work with Akata. We can't work with Akata. That's a word that they were calling the American blacks, Akata, the Nigerians. Akata is a word that they use for American blacks. And Wesley Snipes was like, yo, what is this Akata shit you keep calling us? And the guy goes, we don't want to work with cotton pickers. And then Wesley beats the shit out of them. But it's the truth. So African Americans and Africans have always had friction, you understand? But Africans, and I know some Africans are going to probably be like, I don't like what you, man, whatever.
People were upset over this clip. This clip started to go
Why?
viral on Twitter.
Why are they getting upset at that? First of all, it's the truth. Africans come to America, and there's a lot of my African-American friends say, man, a lot of Africans are really mean towards us. They're really nasty towards us because they feel they're better towards us. And I think it's the wrong attitude to take because I'm West African, but I was born here. My friends are African-American and African. I think it's fucked up because here's the thing. Africa, like whether you say Nigerians or Ethiopians, whatever, we were colonized by Europeans, man. We were colonized. We were treated like shit. Look at South Africa. With all the Dutch, they've shit on South Africans, man. And finally, I think South Africans, with the help of Julius Malema and all these, they're trying to take some of their shit back. Dutch people are fucked up towards fucking black Africans. And the fact that a South African, a white South African calls himself African, to me is fucking ridiculous. Like, you're Dutch. You just didn't leave. How the fuck do you steal African from somebody? How do you go, listen, if I was born in China, Vlad, and I said I'm Chinese, I've lived there my whole life, would you believe me? Would you believe that I was Chinese if I said, listen, and I even have the accent, listen, I'm Chinese, I promise, I've been there all my life. Would you believe me?
Yes, I would.
You would say, I'm Chinese. You would believe I was Chinese. You wouldn't say, hey, you're a black dude. You just happen to be in China.
Third generation Chinese.
No, I was like, no, what if I lived there all my life, I'm Chinese. I go, ni hao, and I speak Taola.
I mean, you consider yourself American?
But what you would believe I was Chinese, though?
Well, I believe you're American.
Would you say I'm black first? Would you look at me as a black man first? I was like,
if you never open your mouth, first
I didn't open my mouth and I'm sitting here like this.
I would first see you as a black person.
You would say there's a black guy.
And then you would open your mouth and
I go, you wouldn't believe that shit. You'd be like, there's
Chinese black guy.
There's a black dude doing some Chinese shit. I don't know what the fuck that was. But it's like when white South Africans, that's not even real. You're not even genetically an African. The fuck? You don't even live amongst the black ones. It's that same mentality that Africans have when they come to, and I've had relatives, man, I'm not going to name them. I've had relatives go, oh, we're better than African Americans. I go, no, we're not. Because I was just stopped by the police the other day. And I'm going to tell you, I used to try to use that African accent. You know what I mean? When police stop me, I say,
Not the police analogy. Oh my God. And Vlad's a piece of shit. Okay, Vlad's a piece of shit, like most white supremacist suspects. Now some of his interviews be okay, right? He interviewed a former FBI agent who's like infiltrated white supremacist groups, anti-Jewish groups. And his name is Scott Payne, and I recommend all of y'all go watch that. So Vlad's a piece of shit, and sometimes he got great interviews, and I'll just watch the great interviews. But I'm not a supporter of Vlad. The guy sat there and said he'll see him as Chinese, a black Chinese. Dude, piece of shit.
Your cultural, psychological, and intellectual connection to your ancestors.
Literally the same. And you want to know what's crazy? African people copy American culture and black people want more of their culture. Like, really? We're literally going in separate directions, and that's what's dividing us. This stupid ignorance on
That's not what's dividing us. Okay, what's dividing us is jealousy. Godfrey said, he got relatives that said they're better than us, and like that's just a lie that they concocted in their African booty scratcher brain. There is no evidence remotely close that any Nigerian can justify by saying they're better than foundational black Americans. There is no dark-skinned person on this earth that can justify, I don't give a damn if it's the aliens that's coming here that's messing around with white folks right now. I don't even care if it's them and they're dark. If you're dark, you can't justify at all accomplishing more than foundational black Americans or any level at all. Zero. All right. So let's just nip that in the bud. Anybody dark, stop lying. Please, let's go tit for tat. Okay, let's go tit for tat.
on both sides needs to stop. Like, it's honestly so dumb. I can't even believe I'm ranting about it on TikTok right now. Just love everyone. Understand both sides. It's that easy.
Understand both sides. Get gone. Get your goofy ass out of here. All right, we're gonna just play random people, bro. What's your assessment? I want your assessment. Here we go. This the hell with these clips. What is your assessment on these clips? Is it let's see what you got to say.
It was always Black Americans that hated Africa.
So, we've seen how they have all talked about the differences between Africans and black people. Some of this they have different cultural backgrounds, whereby black people from African, the Caribbean, or Latin Americans often have different cultural traditional value.
And they always justify it on we got different culture values. That don't mean you just automatically start hating on somebody. What are you talking about? Like, oh, we got different cultural backgrounds, so everybody just confused, and we just need to be educated about what we got going on, what they got going on. And what are you talking about, man? This is a dumb assessment.
Have different traditional value than the black Americans. These differences can lead to
no, it can't. No, it can't. What the problem is, you're coming to our country talking shit and looking down on people who created a pathway for you to get here. You just fled from your country because you felt like your country cannot give you opportunities to be successful. You also felt like your government, the government is shitty, right? And you have no constitutional rights. All your rights being violated. They're vulnerable as hell. Like, you came over here for the many different reasons, and those reasons are what we fought for in this country for over 100 some odd years. You dig? So these liberties that you're experiences and bathing in, pause, exercising, that's all us. And that was never for you. Okay. Now, we didn't mind people coming in and these rights be there for them as well. But it was first and foremost for ourselves. Okay. Directly us and indirectly anybody that come after us. So no, we're not going to Nigeria talking shit how we're better than Nigerians in Nigeria amongst the Nigerian government and all that stuff. No, that's not happening, brother. When we're not going to Jamaica or anywhere in the goddamn Caribbean and visiting or living there and say, hey, yo, we're better than you and you guys ain't do shit. Look at you lazy. No, we don't do that. That's what you guys did coming over here. And that's some of the main reasons why we said, yo, we got to delineate. Right? So none of these guys can be honest, man. And this is why it's hilarious to watch a tether analysis on Diaspora Wars. Let me give a shout out, Golden Brown. Nah, they could. I mean, that's a Golden Brown says we must stop calling FBA. Yeah, I agree with that. We're not African American at all. They can have it, but that's not us. We got Braxton, the Snake Fiend, Miss D6 Women's Sports. We got Fabrication Limited, one in the building. They run to our country. We are not runners. We fight, not flee. Then disrespect us. Being called an African is so demeaning to me. It's always been that to all of our ancestors. That was Asia Wa. Peace to Braxton Snake Fiend. We got Donnie Williams. Yeah, this Tether Babble, typical Tether Babble, fresh, always claws and damn. Jaquan 007 said, you said it right the first time, Vlad is a trash. Right. He's garbage. Only thing saving him is interviews. Right. Anyway, let's go on. Show enough in the building. In my industry, I never see African welders, electricians, HVAC, or carpenters. No wonder why they can't build their home. Right. Right. The building stuff they ain't trying to do. Like, yo, family, you won't believe. And yo, they flee for their country so often that it's like literally like 2-3 doctors for 1,000 patients. Family, if I'm off by 5 doctors or 3 doctors. But it's that lopsided. 2-3 doctors for 1,000 patients in Nigeria.
Understand of even judgment based on a familiarity of stereotypes. Black people from African, the Caribbean, or Latin Americans often have different cultural traditions.
Cruz came in the building, brother. Now you can tell us we from Planet Risk. That's not going to do anything. Like telling us we're from Africa, that's not hurting us, right? Like that doesn't bother us. Like we got thick skin. Like lies like that, it just we're immune to that. Peace to the super chat. The lineage love fresh always $99. Peace to you. Hashtag FBA was his message. Yeah, Pinky Wells in the building. Yeah, so we don't really trip off you tell the saying we're from Africa. Like because we already debunked that like 1,000 ways over. That's the best you got. Now, what you cannot do is this. I can give you the link and we can have a discussion about that, a mature one. A respectful one. Okay, so this is for the guy who said we're FBAs are African. Explain that to us. Give it a link. Explain that with some pushback. Okay, they go to link. Click that link and explain how we're African. All right, and be ready for a dialogue, not a monologue. All right, you're not gonna preach. Explain and during the explanation, I might have a question or two. I might challenge, maybe I think you're lying or wrong and incorrect. So I got to stop you. Can't you just rant in your lies? You got to stop. But there the link, though. You said we're from Africa. Click that link and let's discuss that. See, I know how to defend we're not from Africa, but you can't defend that we are from Africa.
Value and perspectives than Black Americans. This difference can lead to misunderstanding or even judgment based on unfamiliarity or stereotypes. Some migration from African and Caribbean nations may come from internationalized idea influenced by colonialism or Western media, which have historically portrayed Black Americans negatively. Those portrays can shape perception before direct experience taken place. Some immigration believes they have worked very hard to succeed despite starting with few resources and may judge Black Americans for perceived failure to take advantage of opportunities. This view ignores system racism in the US and the long history of oppression that Black Americans have endured. So this is some of the things that makes Black African to be looked down by the Black people. The globally media often...
Bro, will you stop calling yourself Black, bro? You're like confusing yourself. Black Americans look down on Black. You know that makes sense, bro.
Portrays Black Americans through a narrow lens.
Yeah, we don't even give a damn. Mary Lee, he's grifting for attention and clicks, money. Right. These scammers.
Often focused on crime, poverty, or entertainment, which can influence outsiders' views before they meet real. Whereby you see people who are in America, those Black people who are in America, they are being portrayed as engaging in so many crimes. Engage them directly. Every time whenever you meet a Black American,
yeah, look at this line as
and you just get yourself.
Okay, hold on. We might have a guest in the building. All right. Let me do this. We might have a guest in the building. Okay. Wait till his microphone is good. You can unmute whenever you want. Pan-African James.
selves that
oh my God.
Yeah, peace. What's going on?
Hey
oh,
man,
this is
my
usually
fault. This damn video. Hey man, what it do, man? We in here late night, you know what I mean, chilling. I am six, peace to you. Show enough. We got and Mary Lee in the building. 1 second, let me just yeah, so what's up? Have you watched some of the video or you just chimed in?
No, I was, you invited me to come on the show. This is Johnny.
Okay.
So I seen you had dropped the link, so I just came in to see what was going on.
All right.
You said you was gonna teach me
engaging in
about
some
Pan-Africanism or something. So
Yeah. So matter of fact, let's start with that. If you don't mind.
I mean, you don't got to start what you was doing. I mean, or if you want to ask,
yeah. Let me, cause this video is almost done. It's almost done. Let me just finish it out.
Yeah,
it's a short video.
so many crimes. Every time Africans will not engage them directly. Every time whenever you meet a black American, you just get yourselves that, oh, this is usually engaging in so many crimes. This is the robber.
So now he is telling us the African perspective on found these black Americans, that we engage in crimes. Like you got Africans telling us, yeah, these guys steal from their own, they siphon their own oil that they use to export to European nations. They steal from their own oil, they siphon out their own oil and then sell it on the black market. So they undermine their own economy. And these guys are telling us we can make crimes. These guys do sex trafficking, kid trafficking, just name it. You name it, whams, hams, kidnapping, trafficking, female genital mutilations, and they say, oh, how about women's rights over there? Yeah, good luck with that. But they'll say that we engage in crimes, and they come over here for liberty and access to all the things that we fought for and whatever America affords them, and they'll come over here and do crime like this right here. Wait, who sent me that dude, the Sudanese dude? He's the new hush puppy. So, and what about the car salesman I just ran across? These Africans had they were selling used cars, and bro, they sold this car to a foundation black American woman. They had for $6,400, had 153 miles, 153 miles. She went and got a service, and they had no Cadillac converters. And on top of that, they called, like one of those iTeam channels. They did research. The damn car is posted as 153,000 miles. The damn thing had 283,000 miles. It did Carfax on it. So he gave her money back, and it was just a whole circular scam that's going on. So this is just a projection. This guy is saying that, again, excuses to justify jealousy, hate, and envy on foundation black Americans. It's okay, man. It's okay to get flowers. You don't got to justify your white supremacist views, your Charlie Kirk views. And this is why a lot of them turn conservative. Like, look how they already look at us. So once they talk to one of these Charlie Kirks, they're like, oh, shit. Yeah, we got a lot in common. Some Bobby Brown, Whitney Houston. They got a lot in common. That's why a lot of these folks turn conservative. They already come with that mindset. But yeah, they look at us as criminals. Are you out your goddamn mind? We produce some of the most upstanding, dark-skinned or melanated people in the history of the world, all from this country. And they said that we are known for crime. Y'all known from crime, y'all known for losing, and y'all known for failing. Coming to our country to level up. The opportunities that we created for everybody to have access to, even Europeans, Southern and Eastern Europeans, could thank us. That 1965, what's that? The Hart-Celler Immigration Act had provided, had ended the Chinese Exclusion Act. They could thank us, which they have. And then also these Europeans, Eastern Southerners, we got rid of that Quota Act. That's 1917, 1924. So now they come over in droves. So literally everybody's really like riding off what we did for this country for 100-something years of fighting, addressing the strongest government in the world and getting shit done. And they come over here, take advantage of it, and thumb their nose up at us and say we are the criminals.
but this is what. So those things that have been put upon them, those they have been laid upon them.
By whom? Not the colonizers, right? Don't y'all know? See, here's the double talk with these tethers. In one side of their mouth, they'll acknowledge the colonizers as the troublemakers, right? And then they'll, on the other side of their mouth, they will say that they were taught by the colonizers to hate us. It's like, yo, when did you hold on? Are you independent or not? Once your country's independent, then you have independent thought. And there's no colonizers telling you shit now. You're independent. That's your media. That's your propaganda. Ain't no white man passing out New York Times like, yo, these Americans.
So you think it's just that cut and dry, huh?
Yes, I do. And you called in. Okay, look.
That's
you
wild.
can ha kiki and all that shit, but you'll have your chance in 1 second because you said play the video, right? So let me play the video, and then you can have a chance to explain further for us, right? But all the laughing, bro, that's not gonna work. Like,
because you think it's just cut and dry like that.
Yeah, I do. And the fact you think it ain't is that's also laughable too. So, but we'll have that conversation, right? But we're gonna start at Pan-Africanism first. All right. So hold on.
The one that makes we Africans to think that those black Americans are not well off, are not good upon the Africans. They divide between blacks communities is sometimes that systematic racism benefits from when black people are divided, Africans versus Africans, Americans versus Caribbeans, it weakens collective power and resistance. Most of these tensions comes from lack of understanding. Most of these tensions comes from lack of understanding, education, and empathy, not inherent. There are many blacks individuals and communities around the world who deeply respect and stand in solidarity with the black Americans. There's some of the black people in the world who may decide to come up with the black Americans to be in solidarity with them, with those black Americans, and take them like young brothers or brothers and sisters. So whenever the respect comes upon in, you may just see, you just take yourself like this guy is my skin color and this guy is just like my brother. Those are the brothers who came from Africa to US as the slaves, because you see most African people came from Africa to go to America as slaves. So whenever you get them like brothers and sister, it's when you will do away with these differences, when you do away with the hatred, because you may see some of the these Africans, the way I have told you that the medias have portrayed them have kept them in the line of crime. You may just you may just answer yourselves and decide to put them together and call them brothers and sisters. Because you see, whenever we are as black people and whenever we can decide to come up together to fight as one, like black people, because you may see most of the white people, they don't differentiate themselves. Whenever white people has been wronged, you may see all the white people gather together to defend that guy. So whenever black people we decide to come together as one, it's when we may create a unity upon us, whereby there's a time I saw black people coming from Caribbean, black people coming from USA, and all the black people who are in different countries, even in France, even in England, they came together to fight the oppression that was caused by West countries upon the president of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore. That's why we need such a unity. We need such a we need black people to come together in that way, so that we can conquer, so that we can delete all the differences that we have in mind.
Yeah, I don't know what differences you're talking about, but go ahead, James, and explain to why it's not that cut and dry.
Well, I mean, you were talking about it was just that cut and dry for them.
Yeah, it was.
As soon as they got their independence to be to do exactly as some of the real Pan-African leaders had in mind, like Kwame Nkrumah. So his ideal was
that's actually you comparing tomatoes.
What do you mean? Hold on,
no,
I'm going back to the beginning.
But you're talking about somebody who's influenced by us, bro. This guy's not influenced by us. I'm talking about people who are literally colonized. You're talking about, see what you're doing? It's not gonna work over here, bro. You're talking to somebody who grew up in our fight and took on our fight and went and did great. We're talking about people who are actually colonized. And then who are coming out of colonization.
They was colonized before Kwame Nkrumah and them got independence. What are you talking about?
No, but why are you saying Kwame Nkrumah? We're talking about guys who never been over here. That so-called get their.
That guy you were just playing on the video. Where was he at?
Africa, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so he ain't never been over here either.
Right. Okay.
But he has an opinion.
Yeah, you missed what I said.
On how we can come together and unify, and how it will be beneficial for us all. That's what it sounds like. What I heard him saying. That's what he was saying.
Okay, I mean, that sounds like he just said a bunch of words. Explain how us coming together benefits. Let's just say Black Americans. How does that benefit us? Linking up with where's this guy from? Nigeria. How does that benefit us? I don't know.
This is your video you was playing. I just came here.
Okay, so let's presuppose he's from Nigeria. Okay. How do we linking up with him help us out? What we got going in America? Systemic racism and all these barriers that we have in America. How linking up with him helps us out?
Because he's dealing with that same systematic.
Yeah, but how does it help us out in America? No, he's not. His country's ran by him, bro. No.
So you don't know how
share your screen. Show us. Share your screen, bro. This ain't the. You're gonna talk me to
share my screen about what?
Okay, show us how systemic racism is running Nigeria. Where you get that from? You got it from somewhere. So share your screen and show us.
Well, I'm going back through the history of
colonialism,
we're talking about moving forward. Like
so how does system no? But I'm talking about since their independence. How is systemic racism running their country?
Because of the currency differentiation.
Currency. Do you know the definition of systemic racism? Yes or no?
It's all based on currency too, bro.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. Do you want me to
let's agree. No, let's just agree on something.
So who has the strongest currencies on the planet right now?
Let's just agree to something. What is systemic racism to you? Because that has a real definition. And I think you're just playing with it.
Systemic racism is when somebody is trying to keep another group of people down based on their race.
No, let me help you out. It's when you keep somebody down and you elevate the other person, the other group.
Well, so that's the same thing. If you keep the other no. It's a seesaw. Now we're gonna play semantics.
No. We're getting there. No. See over here, bro. I don't know where you coming from, but we deal with definitions so we could agree on. Like I don't want to say something have my personal definition. And you do the same thing. Let's go with the. That's an actual word.
Hold on, excuse me. Let me just say something. You just literally said the same thing I said in reverse.
No.
You said it's when you keep one group down,
right?
And then you
so who's the other group?
Hold up. You said and you
so
lift another
so who's the
up.
Right? So who's the other group?
I don't want to be yelling. So hold up. Just let me.
No, you don't got to yell. Just give the other group.
What I said was
that's wrong. That's an incomplete definition. That's That's an incomplete definition because you gave a half-assed definition.
I'm going to tell you what I said and what you said, as opposed to what you said. I said systematic racism is when one group keeps another group based on racism. You disagreed and you said no. It's racism is when you keep another group down while lifting another group up, which is the group that you this opposite of the group that you're keeping down. So what are you saying?
Okay, no, what are you saying? Who's the other group that's lifted up now? So
The
they're
group
keeping
that's in
Nigerians
power.
like who?
I mean, we can use any
Yeah.
group.
Okay. Exactly. No, we talking about Nigerians, bro. I said let's assume he's Nigerian.
Well, okay, we're talking about Nigerians versus
All
the
right. So now
colonial
let me give you a
Nigerians
real.
versus people
Okay.
who colonized them.
I got it. Let me give you a real situation of systemic racism at play. Okay. So when you go ahead and give a bunch of Europeans 1862 Homestead Act, free 270 million of acres of land. You do that, and then you give black folks 40 acres, 4 million. What was that? 4 million acres of land. No, 400,000. I'm sorry, 400,000 Confederate land, and we could divide up from a few people, 40 acres and a mule, and then take that back, right? So you sat there and you gave one group 270 million acres of land, and you stripped another group of nothing. That's a real example of systemic racism. Now, explain that happened in Nigeria.
So what are you talking about? You think that when
Okay,
they got
move on
DQ,
then.
hold up, because I'm asking a question, and I don't know how we're gonna get through this if you're not gonna listen. So you're saying that when colonialism ended, they gave them all their land back and they didn't do nothing with it, basically. Meanwhile, in America, they promised some land to some African Americans, but they didn't give them anything because they took it back.
Can you explain colonialism to us? I'm not sure if you got the right definition of that either.
Well, colonialism was when Europeans divided up Africa into 54 countries based on their colonial.
Give me the practice. Like, what happens in the colonial ran country? Let's say like Nigeria.
Well, it's kind of like slavery, but it ain't slavery, right? Where
what happens?
Where they extract all of the resources out of the land without paying for it.
And do what with it?
Make themselves wealthy.
No, where do the resources go?
It goes to whatever products that they're trying to extract from the land.
So let me help you out. What it is when you exploit them for their resources in their land and you bring it to your own country, like Britain. Okay, that's what colonialism is. Okay, I don't know if you know that or not, but you exploit their resources and you take it and bring it to your homeland. So now that's not what we experience over here. Everything stayed here.
What do you mean
Okay.
everything stayed here?
All right.
Only thing they did is got free labor in America.
Okay, so
but slavery goes all the way from here to Brazil.
I got it. Listen, bro, it's okay, man. Systemic racism got nothing to do with colonialism. That's what I was just pointing out to you. It has nothing to do with that.
So racism has nothing to do with colonialism.
Systemic racism has nothing to do with colonialism. Yes, you just learned something. Now, let's go here now. Okay, now you said the mind state. You said that you said even though they got their independence, that mind state stayed there. And then you said, wait a minute. Then you said
I didn't say nothing about mind state. That was the guy in the video.
Okay, so you said colonialism is when you take resources and you don't pay for it.
Yeah, that's what it was. Colonialism, they didn't pay a dime for it. It was slavery.
Are you sure?
They didn't pay for the resources of what they took. When
look
they
at my screen.
Independent.
Okay, look at my screen.
I don't see your screen.
You're gonna see it right now, brother. You're about to learn, man, about what's going on in Africa. Watch this. You said they didn't pay for it, right? So you don't know none of the contracts that happened with Nigeria and their colonizers, right? Yes or no?
You said you're gonna show me where they in the colonial area they
can you see my screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at you. You're Googling something.
Nigerian contracts with it was in 1901 contracts
during colonialism.
Yeah, of course. 1901 is colonialism. That's the Berlin Conference happened in 1894. So yeah, okay. So now and contracts with BP or the British.
But you didn't put in nothing about colonialism.
This is happening during colonialism. What do you know when colonialism started? Do you know what time frame?
Man, you was out of control. You
didn't put, do you know what time frame? Do you know what time frame it started?
You're talking about an oil contract in 1901.
Listen, I'm asking you, wait, aren't they taking their resources? They're being colonized. We just explained what colonialism is when you take somebody, you exploit them for their resources, you take it and you bring it to your own place to make your place greater while they don't benefit that much from their own exploitation.
Right. But that deal right there. That's for, I guess they were colonized by Britain because they speak English. So just because they got some type of oil exploration contract,
so they got something now. Okay, so
doesn't mean that they benefited from it.
Okay, no, they definitely.
How does this? Okay, show me how they benefit.
Okay, when you get money, you don't benefit from when you get money.
Show me how they benefited from it.
They got money. They got royalties, bro. They got royalty checks.
Who got royalty checks?
You didn't know that? The Nigerian government.
It wasn't no government doing colonialism. It was
Who got the money?
Owned by the British Empire. What are you talking about?
Okay, cool. Watch this. Nigerians
doing colonialism. Why are you going
royalty checks from BP?
Holy smokes. You ain't doing nothing about colonialism. Was they getting paid doing colonialism? That's what you need to be asking.
So right here, it said BP contracts do not provide royalty checks directly to Nigerian citizens. That was never the argument. It was never Nigerian citizens. I said the government. It said instead, oil royalties from contracts with international companies like BP, formerly British Petroleum, are paid to the Nigerian government. What are you talking about, bro?
That wasn't before colonialism.
Yo, when do you think colonialism started in Nigeria?
Why don't you ask if was they paying this during colonialism?
I'm asking you, when do you think I'm asking for a time frame. When do you think colonialism? Before I'm gonna Google.
The only thing you got to do is just put the word colonialism in there.
So you don't know, but you keep saying that, but you don't know what they
pay the African subjects during colonialism.
I'm just asking before I go there. You keep saying before colonialism, so I'm asking you for a date. When do you think colonialism started in Nigeria?
Don't matter. Just ask were they paying their subjects during colonialism? Did they pay any of their subjects during colonialism? That's all you got to do. This ain't hard.
I know. See, you be just saying stuff, but you don't know what you're saying. I keep proving that.
Okay.
Colonialism. I told you, man, this ain't you're gonna learn a lot today.
You don't pay slaves. We know this. We from America.
Who's a slave in Nigeria, bro?
When you've been colonized,
no.
You're just a slave.
You're not a slave. Society. You're not. When you got slave masters, bro. They had colonizers, but they had no slave masters. And matter of fact, they brag about us being cotton pickers. Like they say, what you call just said that.
But see, this is what you don't do when you both been in the same situation. Be over here making fun of who had it worse. That's like that's embarrassing to do.
Look, this embarrassing right here. This is after the contract. What are you talking about, my boy?
You know Colonial Nigeria founded in 1914. Okay.
Yeah, you know what you're talking about. So like I said, they were getting paid. They were getting oil royalties before 1914, during 1914. And that contract that ended in I think 50 or something like that when the contract actually ended.
So hold on, let me ask you this. So if that contract that you showed, it was before that date, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now what happens when I just say, you know what, I ain't gonna pay you nothing, I'm just gonna take it?
They never did that.
What is colonialism?
Okay.
Look that up since you say I don't know nothing. Okay. Do colonialists pay when they colonize shit?
Okay. All right. Okay.
No, they don't pay.
Wait. You said look at that right. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, there ain't no paying. It's taking.
So why were they getting paid then?
They wasn't getting paid. They was taking the resources and making money off the resources that they.
Okay. Let's read it one more time. Let's read it again.
So you going back to 1904, probably when they made. Yeah, but we talking about when colonialism took place.
It says instead, oil royalties from contracts with international companies like BP, formerly British Petroleum, are paid to the Nigerian government. You just said earlier, you said they didn't have a government, bro.
They don't. Not before they got independence. Just imagine
So
this,
wait,
bro.
so
They
what are
had
we?
their own. They had their own
All right,
government that was
wait. So
not
what are
doing
we
any
reading
type
right
of
now?
deals
So why are we reading they have a government before independence right now? What are
because
you
they had
talking
that
about?
because they had their own independent stuff going on before Europeans even came there. What we talking
They
about is
didn't
a
say
modern government
okay.
after
No, I didn't.
colonialism,
No,
bro.
no. I didn't say anything about modern. All I said was the government got paid. That's all I said. You said they didn't have a government before independence, and we're
We
reading they
talking
got.
about in the modern sense.
No, I never said that. I just said government.
So we can go all the way back to Egypt then, huh?
I'm just saying. Look, bro, you said I was wrong. You were wrong,
No,
and
I
it's okay.
wasn't.
You got to hold that L right
During
there.
colonialism, they
Dude.
wasn't paying nobody. That's what I said.
Okay. Well, we just see these guys getting paid from the oil.
Okay.
All right. And you said
I
that
bet
they
you they
didn't have
stopped
a
paying
government.
them once they colonized them. That
No,
deal was
no.
over.
Okay, now you want to bet that? You want to bet
No,
that?
okay. Let me just do this. We in America, right? Let's
Yeah.
just stop.
No.
Focusing on,
I know. I don't
because
know.
this is what I want to
No.
do.
I don't want to do that. I want to stick with
No.
facts.
You know the
I
Native
want to stick with
Americans.
documented history. No. I don't want to
Because
do the
that's
hypothetical
documented history.
scenario. No.
They
I
did
want to
deals
stick
with the
to.
Native Americans.
Hey,
If we digged on
bro,
that,
bro.
they
No.
did
I gotta mute you. You run to Native Americans. You just said they didn't get paid. The contract lasted 50 years, bro. They got paid for 50 years. Okay, you just lied. You said they didn't get paid after 1914. They did. You just I could debunk you easy with
So
that.
okay, how can you get paid if you're colonized?
Hey, bro, did they get? Hey, yeah, is this guy?
Colonialists don't play their subjects, bro.
Hey, yeah, is your little
You
sister
don't pay your
Tiffany?
slaves.
Hey, bro, listen. Did they get paid? Yes or no?
No, they were
Okay.
slaves.
All right, so let's look at that. Let's look at that.
Do colonials?
Okay, bro. I'm not doing that with you. I'm gonna type it in there. They were not slaves. Uh the Nigerian I'm gonna ask when did they stop getting paid? I guarantee it's when they renegotiate their last contract, bro. To save you a headache, I already debated this with DJ Full because we touched on Nigeria, we touched on the Houthis and Tutsis. We read this up and down, family. I got a whole live debating. So we know all about Nigerian and BP. He's late to the party. That's why I'm cooking him on the fly. When did BP stop paying? Yeah, we already did this research. I'm not freestyling, bro. The Nigerian government. I'm not freestyling. All right, so watch this, family. He's out of here that fast. The oil operations of British Petroleum BP Nigeria were nationalized in July 1719, ending the company's direct payments to Nigeria government. 1979. What the hell are you talking about, bro? You're not ready for me on world history, man. Now, anyway, let's move on. You got cooked in Nigeria. All right. So now let's talk about Pan-Africanism. So go Google it and just learn what I learned. Matter of fact, let me share my screen again to go further. So you're not ready for me. I tried to warn you yesterday in a phone call. You're not ready. You're gonna learn today. Look, it says details of the nationalization. The Nigerian government took 100% of control of BP's remaining operations in the country. This included BP's 20% equity stake in the Shell BP Petroleum Development Company Nigeria. The government also nationalized BP Nigeria Ltd, a marketing company. The government stated that BP would be compensated for its holdings. 1979. Look, it says BP's Nigerian oil nationalized. The New York Times, August 1st, 1979. A Nigerian government statement said that the takeover of BP's 20% equity interest in the Shell BP. So you just wrong all over when it comes to Nigeria, bro. Stay out of Nigeria. All right, you might do better with Pan-Africanism. Now, I didn't mute him. He's there. He's trying to Google some stuff.
What I'm saying is,
yeah, he's trying to Google something. It ain't gonna work,
what
buddy.
I'm saying is the same situation as in America, bro. And I don't understand why you trying to act like that it wasn't.
Explain.
Just like in America, whatever type of deals that they were made without them getting any of the proceeds or very little proceeds. And everybody that knows anything about history should know that. I don't even know why this would be an argument or a discussion, or you saying I'm lying about colonialism like that. Colonialism was just as harsh as slavery. Anybody can look up Leopold in the Congo. It killed about 10 million Africans. Mutilation, all kinds of stuff. But we want to focus on our division
so
instead
what's
of
your claim right there?
The same horrific things that happened here to us in the United States because we are Africans happened to the Africans on the continent. And us sitting up here arguing about who had it worse ain't gonna fix the problem.
I never argue about who had it worse. I never said that. I was just discussing
basically
Nigeria's.
What's going on here. You
no,
trying to
no.
So okay, so what's the problem?
No.
You saying that they don't like us and we who said that?
Hey, bro, they said that. They said
no, they
he said it.
That was just no, he didn't. That man that you just showed in that video was talking about a unity. That's what he talked about at the end of that video.
I got you. Watch this. See now, family.
At
here's
the
the
end
problem.
of the video, he was talking about unity.
So let me wait first.
You ain't got to replay it.
Oh yeah, exactly. Dude, well, actually, I'm going to replay it.
See, that's a whole bunch of other people.
I'm going to replay. Yeah, he's playing them for reference, man. You know what's going on. Like I said, you came late.
Let's dive on this issue. Then we will be proceeding on. Just watch these videos, and we'll be back for a moment.
And I'm West African.
So I told you, man, come with more people.
He's talking about what Godfrey said.
Wait, he gave his own analysis right here.
And then he gonna listen to some other people. And hold up, I already heard all this at the end when you sped to the end and you played what he said. You wanted to hear what he was talking about. And I listened to what he was talking about. And he was talking about all of this division that's going on in these clips. He said that we don't need to do that. We need to get to some unity. That's what he said.
All right. Okay. So stay right there.
And I agree with the brother. So what? So you disagree? We don't need to unify?
Hell no, none damn unity.
Okay, so now
I just asked you how we directly benefit.
Do you know the United Nations just got together today?
And guess what? We're getting together. FBAs, we're getting on code. We don't know damn Africans or.
He said, so who you getting together with? Do you like
our own
Haitians?
people?
Do you like Haitians?
Hey yo, what did we do?
Hold up, is Haitians FBAs?
Hell no. Why did it be FBA?
Okay, is Jamaicans FBAs?
No, they're not foundational.
Is Cubans FBAs?
No.
Mexicans,
no,
Afro-Mexicans? What about Afro-Brazilian?
No, hell no.
So nobody that looks like us in this hemisphere is an FBA, is what you're saying.
Why would they be a foundational Black American? Can you explain that?
Because America extends from North America all the way to South America.
No, we're talking about United States of America. No. When you say no. Okay, he's talking about semantics. Let me mute you. Now he's being goofy. When we say foundational Black America, we're talking about this country. We're talking about the United States of America. We're not talking about South America and everything. What are you talking about, man?
Man, when did
we're talking about 1776?
When did the FBA term come into existence?
Well, we just added foundation with Black America.
No.
Okay. Well, Black Americans was around like 19.
No, I said this foundational Black Americans. We already knew we Black Americans before this foundation.
Yeah, so that was
when did that come into existence?
About
when did y'all start identifying?
2017, foundation was added.
So you expect us to go with this fringe term that's being divisive with our people? That's really just saying that we don't want to mess with nobody else. That we don't want to have associated with nobody. You expect a couple of little people to start speaking for 40 million Africans or 40 plus million Africans in America. You think that y'all speak for everybody in this country?
Our family, he's going to ask questions. He asked the question. Now let's see.
I'm listening.
Take the answer. Okay, cool. So be quiet. All right. So Black Americans was also something from, I've been sharing with him the other day. Marvin Charles had the Black American heritage flag. So I guess he was speaking for 40 million too, when he said this is our flag. Yes, when Dr. King did the civil rights movement.
When was that flag created?
It was 1967, but you got to let me finish answering. You're cutting in. You asked for answer. Now when you ask for a question, let me answer. Okay. So I guess Marvin Charles was speaking for 40 million. I guess Dr. King was speaking for 40 million. I guess Booker T. Washington, I guess Philip Randolph. Yes, bro. One person speaks for the entire nation, especially when they think they have solutions to our problems. Yes, the one person is definitely going to speak to all of it. Elijah Muhammad, he felt like he was speaking for everybody. Even that scammer Marcus Garvey, he felt like he was speaking for everybody. Yes, one person, when they think their ideas are part of the solution, they're going to get out there and speak for the lineage, just like anybody in Africa. Patrice Lumumba, Ibrahim Traoré speaking for all those goddamn Burkina Babes. So that don't make any sense, bro.
Well, Ibrahim Traoré is he's the president of a country. He don't speak for the whole of Africa. He only speaks for Burkina Faso, right?
And there's nothing wrong with one of us speaking for our lineage.
Okay, so who's the person who's speaking for this lineage that came up with this idea, this bright idea that we should delineate from all other Africans in this hemisphere and just start disrespecting everybody else because we're supposed to be so great?
Well, no, explain the disrespect, because you just saying words.
Because if you're saying for some reason or another, I know that this has been divisive because I hear the rhetoric, right? Before this little rhetoric came along, we was all cool with the situation.
No, we were not.
Yeah, I think we was. Nobody was going at each other. We kind of had a focus on the real enemy.
Yeah. Do you know who A. Philip Randolph is?
Yeah, I've heard of his name.
Yeah, he was an immigration restrictions. What are you talking about, bro? That's 1915.
Well, when you're talking about immigration restrictions, that don't got nothing to do with what me and you are talking about right now.
Yeah, he didn't want nobody. He said it by names. He said folks from the islands. He said Africa. He said Mexico. He said European immigrants. He didn't want nobody coming in the country.
He was white?
A. Philip Randolph he's Dr. King mentor, man. He's a black man.
That's crazy. So you saying he didn't want nobody to come to America like he was a white person?
No,
how the hell he trying to dictate who come to America? You ain't even running the country.
Booker T. Washington also was a restrictions, and so was Frederick Douglass. But the average black American didn't want no immigrants coming to the country. We all felt like
he said no immigrants.
Okay.
So how did African Americans get free? Do you know? I'm wondering.
Well, Frederick Douglass was in Abraham Lincoln's ear during 1863. You didn't know that?
So Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, huh?
It was Abraham Lincoln. And wait, let me ask you, how did we get free? So I can embarrass you again.
We got free because of rebellion from African people.
Man, get the hell out of here.
Meaning African Americans, because we Africans, we freed ourselves. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, so watch this. Go look this up. Anybody listen? The Haitian Revolution kicked off, right? They kicked the French's ass. When they kicked the French ass, the French needed some money. That's how America purchased the Louisiana Purchase, which gave them almost half of America.
I could have sworn they were fighting another war as opposed
they was fighting the Haitians.
No. I'm talking about I believe there was warring with a European nation on top of that rebellion, and that's why they needed money.
But the Haitian Revolution is what broke that open for us to get free, as well as Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, go look it up. The war in Mexico between Napoleon and the French. That was another reason why we wound up getting free. So you sitting up here talking about we don't need to have nothing to do with the Africans in the South. They are indirect reason why we got free in the first place, because the Napoleon was trying to come around from the backside and support the Confederacy of the South. But when they lost Cinco de Mayo, that helped them stay back to where the North could win the war with the Africans, which is the African Americans, which is our people, who helped them win. Man, them folks wasn't finna win shit without no African people involved. You think if the Africans in the North didn't help them fight, you think they'd have won that war? We'd be still in slavery right now. You don't even know what's going on, bro, as far as history. That's what's going on. So you don't know nothing about Cinco de Mayo? Do you know anything about the Haitian Revolution and its economic effects on France and how they could? France is one of the biggest colonizers in Africa. You gotta know this shit is all connected, bro. It ain't just no one thing.
Wait, hold on. Because when I talk, I'll let you slip in some stuff. Now you said the Haitian Revolution was responsible for our freedom. Wow, that's crazy. So let me ask you this.
Yeah, it broke the.
Hold on. Okay, cool. So do you know who Toussaint is?
Toussaint Overture.
Yeah. Are you aware once they so-called kicked the French ass, why did he re-enslave the Haitians?
Well, what he was
Well,
he was a mulatto. See,
I'm asking
that's what
why.
happened. Well, hold on, I'm gonna give you the history. You asked me
Oh,
a
okay.
question.
Okay,
Now
go
let
ahead.
me give
Go
you
ahead.
the history on Tucson. He was a mulatto. So the African that he was trying to enslave was the ones that looked like me. You see what I'm saying? Or I guess I don't know, look like us. So he was a mulatto, and they were trying to put the mulatto generals and stuff in charge. But what happened to them? They got beheaded. See? Once they tried to make that deal with the French, they all got beheaded and
Yeah,
got
but the
presented, their
question
heads got presented to their
the
wives
question
in a
was
box.
why did he re-enslave the Haitians after they just fought for their freedom? That was the question, bro.
I don't think he re-enslaved nobody.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
all
He
the
no
people on the
he
Haitian
okay.
island was free.
A family. Look, we already went over this. We already read this. Dude, go Google it. Go Google it. They was forced to work. They couldn't leave, and he had a military sitting there making sure they got the work done. Okay, so now you can. But you said I don't know anything. You brought this up, but just to backtrack, I don't want to hold
So
on
you saying the Haitian didn't win their independence through fighting the French? That's what you're saying? Because that's what I'm talking about.
I'm saying, what's the point of freeing yourself just to re-enslave yourself by somebody who's black?
Well, I
But
don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily how that happened. That's when
yeah,
I
Google
claim
it.
ignorance on that
Yeah,
part.
cool,
But I
cool.
do
I'm
know
not
that
claiming no ignorance on nothing.
I do
All right.
know that by them defeating the French, that indirectly helped the African American movement as far as us gaining our independence as well.
And on the whole,
you can go look that up.
all right, well, you switching now.
Anybody
Don't
in
make me
your
rewind the video. You didn't say that earlier. You changed
that's
your language. But
exactly what
hold
I
on.
said.
Okay, I'm gonna replay it. Now, family, I'm known for that. I'm known to do it live, and they say something, and I go back, and they don't be what they said. I'm gonna do it for you. But let me say this. You said the Haitian Revolution, and you said something else. You said that, and what else was the reason why we got freed?
What you mean?
Because I'm not rewinding. No, no. You said earlier. You said you didn't even know why black folks got freed. I was like, yes, we do. We fought the goddamn Civil War. I said, hey, Frederick Douglass was in Abraham Lincoln, 1863. We joined it. We were the deciding factor. We kicked our ass, and we had agreements.
No, but my contention was with that, it wasn't that he freed the slave just because he was just some type of black person that he liked black people and thought it was wrong. He freed them because we was gonna get free anyway. Is my point. Because we was already fighting. It was
fighting
already
who?
slave revolts in the
Nah,
South.
bro. All of them was neutralized, man. None of them was
He
big
said
enough
all
to.
of them was so what?
Yeah.
Don't mean it was.
Yeah,
okay.
you bugging. You bugging. All right. So anyway, so I just want to be clear before I want your words to be straight. So you said the Haitian Revolution is what ultimately freed Black Americans, and it wasn't us fighting in the Civil War freeing ourselves, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said along with us, we were able to fight because they wasn't able to get any type of help from the French because the French was fighting the Haitians and they was fighting the Afro Americans off in Mexico as well because they were trying to enslave them down in the South. That's what I said.
Okay, and then you said Napoleon. What about him?
He was the one who was trying to come into into Mexico and from the South. He was trying to enslave the Mexicans.
Louisiana?
He was trying to enslave the Africans who was off in Mexico in the South.
I got it. But you said he had to sell. You said because of the Haitian Revolution, he had to sell Louisiana.
The French did. That was one of the main reasons why they had to sell the Louisiana Purchase.
Wasn't that under Napoleon? What was that under Napoleon?
Not sure if it was. Like I said, they took a bunch of defeats in the South, so it might. I'm not gonna say for sure if it was Napoleon who was in at that particular time, but I know it was the French. I'm just saying. I just know it was the French. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So I'm going to get your words correctly. So because of the Haitian Revolution, that's what led him selling Louisiana to America.
Excuse me?
because of the Haitian Revolution, that's what ultimately had them sell Louisiana to the American government.
Yeah, their loss of income and resources and stuff that they were trying to use for the Haitian Revolution. Once they lost that, they was low on cash, so they wound up doing the Louisiana Purchase with America, which gave them more money. But they got ripped off, but based on what I know from the land of I think that's went all the way up to Minnesota.
Okay, so what's the date of the Haitian Revolution again?
I didn't tell you the date of it.
No, it's 1804, right?
I don't know, around that time, late 1700s, early 1800s.
So because they fought, and then because they fought the French, 58 years later, those ripple effects came back around, and it ultimately led to us being freed by Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, that's what history says.
Yeah, where'd you get that from?
I thought you said you do everything, but this is a well-known fact that this is what happened.
Where'd you get that from? I just want to know, like, would you? Was it
jokes.com? Just look it up. Just look up the Haitian Revolution and how it helped to free the American slaves. Just do something like that, and it's going to tell you exactly what you want to know. What I'm saying is going to all lay it out for you. How did the Haitian Revolution help to free the American slaves? Just do something like that.
Okay. I will do that.
Yeah. But that's something that we should all know, because like we trying to diss Haitians, man, like fuck Haitians. But if without Haitians,
nobody say that today.
I'm just telling you, like we like
doing a lot of
FBA don't got nothing to do with nobody. But without them, we ain't free. We all together in this shit. Excuse my language, but that's just what this is. Yeah, y'all trying to get rid of the family, but you can't get rid of the family because we all in this together. And right now in America, y'all over here arguing about some BS. But we really looking at these people going to retractionary state, and they really trying to go back to slavery on y'all while y'all playing. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, wait.
Y'all scared to talk about that.
Yeah, we're going to do conspiracy theories.
It ain't no conspiracy theories. Look at the laws he's passed. Y'all better pay attention.
Okay.
So was I right or wrong, or what did you come up with? I'm wrong. So what does it say?
Okay.
So the Haitian Revolution didn't have nothing to do with African American slaves or helping it to get free in no kind of way.
Okay, so it says this. It says it said that if you meant it this way, because I know you said it, you said you didn't, but I just want to answer what I thought you said. It says Black Americans were not free solely because of the Haitian Revolution. Because earlier you said, "Do you know how you guys got freed?" I said, "Yeah, I know we got free." I said, "Abraham." I said, Frederick Douglass was in the era of Abraham Lincoln in 1863. We joined the war. You said, "Nah, it was the Haitian Revolution." Now I can play that back right now for you.
I said it was solely. So that's what you saying. Hold on, I want to be clear. I said it was solely because of the Haitian Revolution that the African Americans got free.
Let me play it back. Let's
play
find
it back.
out.
Yeah, play it back.
Cool. Let's play it back because I could be mistaken, but I could have sworn you said.
No, I also added that we freed ourselves. That's exactly what I said when we joined the war.
Hold on, I got you.
The Haitians didn't win their independence through fighting the French. That's what you're saying. The North didn't help them fight. You think
that scammer Marcus Garvey? He felt like he was speaking for everybody. Yes, one person when they think they're
lineage that came up with this idea on this verse. Because if you're saying for some reason,
no, we were not.
Yeah, I think we was. Nobody was going at each other. We kind of had a focus.
He said it by names. He said
he didn't want nobody to come.
Immigrants come to the country. We all.
So Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. Right there.
Abraham Lincoln restrictions, and so was Frederick Douglass. But the average Black
on, that's crazy. So you saying he didn't want nobody to come to America like he was a white person?
See, Washington.
That's it right there.
Hold
Just
on.
stop right there. How did African Americans get free? Do you know?
There we go.
I'm wondering.
Well, Frederick Douglass was in Abraham Lincoln's ear during 1863. You didn't know that?
See, so Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, huh?
It was Abraham Lincoln. And wait a minute, let me ask you, how did we get free? So I can embarrass you again.
We got free because of rebellion from African people.
Man, get the hell out of here. All right, there you go.
Okay, now African people, who am I talking about?
Okay, the Haitians.
No. Africans are us as well. African Americans.
Okay, look.
That's who I was talking. Hold on, stop. No. I'm gonna tell you before you keep going.
Let me finish playing it. Let me finish playing.
You want to do that, but see,
because
you won't let me.
I want to play your words, but let me lay your words out first. Hold on.
Okay. So Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, huh?
It was Abraham Lincoln, and wait a minute. Let me ask you, how did we get free? So I can embarrass you again.
We got free because of rebellion from African people.
Man, get the hell out of here.
Meaning African Americans, because we Africans, we freed ourselves. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, so watch this. Go look this up. Anybody listen? The Haitian Revolution kicked off, right? They kicked the French's ass. When they kicked the French ass, the French needed some money. That's how America purchased the Louisiana Purchase, which gave them almost half of America.
I could have sworn they were fighting another war, as opposed. They was okay. So
see, there you have
it. Yeah, your example was the Haitian Revolution, buddy.
No, what I said was African Americans freed. We freed ourselves. That was the first thing I said. And you didn't. And then you first I said, and then I said, let me explain. I said, we are African American. We freed ourselves. Us fighting. We was fighting. You don't like the strange. You think these folks just don't let us free without us fighting ourselves. So we was fighting. But if the prerequisites to us fighting was the Haitian Revolution and them kicking the French ass first. The French was down with the South. Man, come on.
Okay, right, so now
keep thinking I don't know what I'm talking about, but whoever listening, this is bad. They can go look this up.
No, we're gonna can we read together? I'm gonna share my screen. Let's read together.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Okay.
What's the prompt question?
All right. Oh, I asked what you said. A Haitian Revolution will ultimately free Black America.
A Pan-African said Haitian Revolution.
I'm gonna get a context. I'm gonna say Christian. And so, are you a Pan-Africanist? Did I lie?
No, I'm just saying that I know how prompting works, so go ahead. Okay,
cool. So fiction or exaggeration? What's misleading? Black Americans were freed solely because of the Haitian Revolution.
I didn't say solely.
Okay, all right. I said, if this is not what you said, this is the part you can ignore. Because it was speaking to that. Okay, so then it said it sparked inspiration, yes, but U.S. slavery continued for 60 more years after that Haitian. That's why I asked you, okay, go sit down. That's why I asked you that how long afterwards when did it start? I pointed out like how long did slavery continue in America. So it said the same thing. It said emancipation can't now look what they say started our emancipation. I don't see the Haitian Revolution here. It says a brutal war, which I was talking about, 1861, 1865, abolitionist movements enslaved people self-liberating by escaping, fighting for the Union, and resisting us. Black Union soldiers, 200,000 fought. So this is what I was saying. You said,
now, hold up. No, stop right there, Ron. Now, what was the first thing? Hold on, what was the first thing I said?
Okay, let me just finish reading real fast.
Wait, now, before we move forward,
no. You can ask the question. You mute you real fast. I'm gonna finish. You said research. I researched. Let me read it. Saying Haitians free Black Americans erases the agency and sacrifices of Black Americans themselves, especially during the Civil War. So family, by him saying Haitians had anything to do with our freedom, it's saying Haitians free Black Americans. He said that erases the agency and sacrifices of Black Americans themselves, especially during the Civil War. So he disrespecting us. It says the Haitian Revolution led directly to the Civil War. Stretch. That's a stretch, bro. You said that. You said this right here because I asked you about the ripple effects. You said yeah. It said the Haitian Revolutionary War leading to the or revolution leading to the Civil War. That's a stretch over. It says the Haitian Revolution created a ripple effect in global politics, but it was one of many long-term influences. The Civil War was triggered by the expansion of slavery into new U.S. territories, e.g., from Louisiana to purchase. It says the economic and political power struggle between free and slave states, the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860, and the Southern secession from the Union. This is what triggered it, not the goddamn Haitian Revolution. Now, let's go on. It says, Haiti shaped U.S. history indirectly but profoundly. The Louisiana Purchase likely wouldn't have happened without the Haitian defeat of France. You said that. It says U.S. fear of Haitian-style uprising led to stricter slave codes and racial control. Haiti also symbolized Black independence and pride, though it was isolated diplomatically and economically by white powers, including the U.S. Black Americans and Haitians had different but connecting paths. Haitians won their freedom via revolution. Black Americans won ours through war, political advocacy, and self-emancipation. Because that was the question. You said, how did we get free? You said that, and I said this right here. I said we won ours through political advocacy. And I said Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln era and self-emancipation. We're fighting. I was wrong. I mean, I was right. You were wrong. It was not the Haitians. It was us. So these guys like discredit. They want to give credit to Haiti for freeing themselves, but want to discredit us for freeing ourselves. Yeah,
no, I didn't say that. If you go back and play what I said this was like a prerequisite. I went in a chronological order, but told you that
the research didn't say that. The research it did not. It did not.
So you saying a computer? Anything the computer says Trump. No, I say look it up, but I didn't know you was gonna use a bot.
Of course.
To try to say that I was wrong.
Of course.
See, that's messed up when you use the computer to discredit a human.
Yeah, that computers are smarter than humans. You know that?
No, humans program computers. Humans are smarter than computers.
Hey, bro, the best chess player in the world can't beat the computer, bro.
That's just in a chess game. But a computer can't do everything that a human can.
Who, bro? They're smarter. Computer's smarter. Everybody know that shit.
Right.
What you talking about? Now, anyway, let's move on. So your name is Pan-African James. Let's talk about Pan-Africanism. What is your definition of Pan-Africanism?
No. What is your definition of it? Let's do that.
A bunch of bullshit, a nothing burger. Real simple. Now, what's yours?
Mine is African unity globally.
Damn. So all 54 countries and 3,000 islands.
Wherever African people exist, we need to unify globally. That's the mission.
Okay. So now, what is the real? So what's the time frame that's supposed to happen? This unification globally. Whenever Jesus comes back, basically.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. Whenever we completely disregard all Abrahamic faiths, meaning Islam, Christianity, Judaism, or any type of thing that got something to do with some Eurocentric type of thinking.
Well, so you got hella Haitians as Catholics, so you got. I know.
We got a lot of African Americans, or what you want to call, whatever you want to call these people. These people are all confused historically. So we need to get rid of that, and then the unification of us, as far as like having a chronological history that's just based in African history without indoctrination. That's the history that we need to align ourselves up under. But that ain't gonna happen until we get our resources back, which is happening at this very moment, as a matter of fact.
You give me an example.
Well, you got Burkina Faso, Mali, and Nigeria. They just took back all of their resources from the French, and now the French is having riots daily because they don't have resources to sustain their people, which that was the problem from the get-go.
That's a lot. But let's start with Burkina Faso.
It's a lot?
Yeah. So wow. Burkina Faso, Ibn Traoré, so they got rid of the French and they replaced that white man with the Russian white man.
No, they didn't.
They didn't?
Not in the colonial sense. meaning they don't. The Russians aren't going to make them buy in the ruble. They're not going to do that. They're going to have their own currency with their own value.
No, you're not.
Yes, they are.
When?
Right now, they're still dealing off in the lira franca.
Okay,
they're getting ready to get rid of the lira franca right now.
All
they just left
the
ICC. Matter of fact, today they just left the ICC today. Did you know that?
Family. They always getting ready to do something.
No, they left the ICC today. They didn't get ready to do anything. Go look it up. Right now.
I will look at it. No, when I look at it,
go look up and see if they left the ICC today.
No. I want to know about when they plan on getting their currency. Now,
that's the next step.
When?
Man, do you know these people will murder you to keep the resources of Africa? So you don't know about the history of them murdering people and using the ICC, the International Criminal Court, to summon African leaders and lock them up because they don't want to follow by their rules?
The same way Ibrahim Traoré murdered the last president of Burkina Faso.
That ain't what happened. He didn't murder him.
Hey, they cool, man.
They captured him. They didn't murder him.
And did what with him?
They put him in house arrest.
House arrest. Okay, so what about the other assassinations that happened?
Well, most of the assassinations come from European powers.
No,
anytime most assassinations that have happened in Africa in the last 50 years have come from Africans trying to take back their resources, and then the Europeans
I'm speaking of
assassinate the leader.
This guy just be rambling. I'm speaking of Burkina Faso only, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so Burkina Faso has they have a history of different coups coming up, uprising, and murdering the last president?
Well, that started off with Thomas Sankara, right? I mean, you asking questions. Do you want me to answer them or not?
Go ahead.
So it starts off with Thomas Sankara as soon as they got their independence, right? Guess what happened to him? Guess who killed him? You want to take a guess?
Who?
The European West. See? So now, just like Malcolm X, just like Martin Luther King, anytime you got somebody, a strong leader of your kind that's trying to lead your people in a positive direction, we already know what the script is. Just same thing that happened in America happened in Africa in the 50s and 60s. Right? Patrice Lumumba. See?
Hey,
it's the same thing, bro. But we got another enemy, but we want to, fight each other. That's great.
Who? Yeah, your people are enemy. What the hell are you talking about?
You say who's the enemy?
Your people.
What do you mean, my people?
Aren't you aligning yourself with Africans?
Yeah, well, African Americans are Africans.
That's your opinion,
and that's a genetic fact.
That's false.
So you saying African Americans aren't genetically Africans?
No.
That's correct. That's incredible.
Yeah, you just made some bullshit up.
So if you, I guess if you look that up, it's gonna say that that's not true.
No.
Wow. So why are they calling? So why are we called African Americans? That's made up too.
That's some Jesse Jackson bullshit.
So you don't believe in DNA, huh?
No. Look, now you're over the place.
No, I'm just asking questions.
Okay, slow down. How is DNA going to tell me I'm African American?
Based on your haplogroup.
It's going to say I'm African American.
No, it's not.
It's
going to tell you that you're by percentage who you're genetically related to.
And what
it ain't gonna say that you Native American, bro. Sorry.
What country is going to bring me to an Africa?
It'll be several countries.
Oh, so now what African is several countries?
Well, we know that these are colonial borders and these are colonial names for the most part, so that's kind of hard to pinpoint. But we know based on the haplogroups that they came up with.
This is the question I'm asking.
Okay.
When somebody from Kenya is do their 23andMe, is it going to have them from several countries in Africa?
Yeah.
It will?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're going to be related to probably some Ethiopians, some people in Tanzania. See, all of these borders are fictional. So they'll have
yeah.
them related based on, you know, proximity and stuff like that.
He has a perfect excuse for everything.
He
Hey,
said it's an
bro.
excuse. That's just the
Yeah.
facts. That's how genetics work. Like, so
Hey,
you
bro.
think that people in Tanzania ain't having sex with people in Kenya?
What
No?
I'm saying is, hold on, relax. When you have your DNA, right? What's the largest percentage of your of one country are you from? And what is that percentage?
My largest percentage would be Nigeria.
And how much of the percentage were you of in Nigeria?
I'm not sure. I probably want to say like 70 at like right at
70?
70.
You okay? Family, then he's African in every sense. He's not FBA at all. This dude's a piece of
If
shit.
you
Like
took a test, it's gonna tell you the same thing.
now, you know,
Bro,
I said
I
one
bet
country,
you if
right?
you take a test, have you
I do
ever
have a
taken a
test.
test?
Yeah, I do have a
Okay,
test.
well, what did it say?
Okay, well, the largest percentage I got of any country is Germany. Is Germany?
Oh, that's why you overseas. So y'all listen to somebody that ain't African. That's what the problem is.
Hell, none of us are
That's
African.
crazy.
You keep
Yeah,
forgetting
because
that.
everybody got a different genetic makeup.
Yeah,
Just like
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
90% African, you not. So now
Right.
that's why you don't want to be considered African because you majority European.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me put you in the back chat. This is his way of throwing his gun. None of us are 80%, 90% African. Fool. Family got off. He hung up. I put him in the weight room. He hung up. None of us. That's the point, you stupid fool. None of us are 80%, 90% of Nigeria or Kenya or Ghana, Zimbabwe. None of us. We are 20, 10, 15%. Okay. I'm 10% of this one, 15% that one, 5% that one, like the average FBA person. Now, this dude called himself Pan-Africanist guy. I told him yesterday on a brief conversation, I said, bro, you're going to learn a lot. Okay. You bring your leader. Dude. Bring Baba Small somebody. I said, you're gonna learn a lot. You don't even know anything. The dude said Nigeria didn't have a government. Cooked them. Nigeria didn't get paid all through colonialism. Cooked them. He said the Haitian Revolution was responsible for emancipation. Cooked them. That's not even listed at all. That was good for them. It wasn't good for us. All that did was make the white man tighten up on slave codes and racial other shit on the plantation. So that could not happen. But that was his way. No, I didn't kick you off. I put you in the weight room. And look, you click the link. Click the link. Come back in. See if I kicked you off, you couldn't come back on. Click the link. I didn't kick you off. I put you in the weight room. You tried to avoid the conversation. I didn't kick you off. Here, click the link. Click the link. I put you in the weight room because you started to be disrespectful. But I didn't kick you off. Hey, here you go, buddy. Click that link. Yeah, none of us are African. That's the thing. You're 70% African for Nigeria because you're Nigerian. You were cosplaying FBA dude. You're not FBA. But it makes sense how you gave Haitians the credit for freeing themselves, but you won't give us our credit for freeing ourselves. You try to give our credit to the Haitians. Exactly, JB. He said claiming any country, any continent that you need a passport to visit will always be wild to me, right? Ain't none of us going to none of these countries without a passport or without some permission, but we're African. So what I was getting to, he's gonna make us the generic African. We're the only African that can't tie to a country. That's kind of what I was getting to. He knew that. There's a link, buddy. There's a link. So I tell you, family, he's one of those never gonna stop talking dudes. Because when you hold him to something and he gets cooked, Nigeria. And these are his topics. I don't want the real running. I didn't kick you off. You click that link. So the way Zoom works, if I kicked him off, he couldn't click the link. So he's back in. So that means I didn't kick him off. Yes. Okay, go come here. Okay, put it here. Go come. Keep doing it. More doing it. Remember? Don't do that.
No, you said I kicked you. You said I disrespected you. Hello?
Yes.
No, I did not. I
okay.
never cursed or anything. What are you talking about?
Okay. Dude, it's okay. Let's move on and go to yeah, like I said, I'm not African and none of us are African, but you are. You're 70% Nigerian. You are definitely African in every which way.
Yeah, I'm like 19% Angolian. I mean, 50 something
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
but you're
So what?
70, yeah, but you're 70% Nigerian.
But
You're more
Nigerian is
Nigerian
a
than Godfrey.
fictional. Nigerian is
Hey,
a
bro, you're
fictional
Igbo
name.
or whatever, Shigbo. So Donnie, I missed your super. I seen it, but I didn't. I seen your super chat. Thank you. I think it's
But we
999. Thank you
just
very
dealing
much.
with science,
Hold on,
bro.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Okay.
hold on. I'm trying to shout out the supporters, the donors that keep the channel lit. Okay, so Donnie sent 999. I didn't get a chance to read because this guy was tether babbling. But Claude Neely Francis Amos said, many FBA have an average of 25% European DNA ancestry. He doesn't know that. He don't know that I do shows where we show our 23andMe um, results. And you're right. We are in between 15% to a high 35% European DNA. Ain't nobody in Africa got that high percentage. All right. No, nobody from those shithole countries got that high percentage European. That's what makes us different. That's what makes us non-African. Because most Africans are 70 to 90% of that. That one country. Not 10 countries, you got to add up the percentages. No. One country, whether it's Nigeria, Zimbabwe, South Africa, they are 70, 80, 90% that. All right. So anyway, go ahead.
So either which way, man, like I said, I hate to break the bad news to you guys, but if anybody that's phenotypically have the features of an African is African. And if you take a DNA test, it's going to tell you that verbatim. You're going to have African haplogroups no matter what country they say, because all of the colonial borders are fictional anyway. You're just dealing with science, and you're dealing with what a haplogroup and where the haplogroup mutates at. They can tell in science where your haplogroup mutation comes from. And when you take the test, they're going to tell you where the proximity based on mathematical equations and precision mathematics and genetics, where you come from. They can do that. Just like they can say you can have sex with a woman in New York. I mean, in California, you wail on the East Coast. And if she take a DNA test and you take a DNA, they're going to tell you that's your baby. So I don't understand why y'all sitting up here acting like genetics and something like that can't tell you who you are. And y'all denying that y'all just 5 years ago, y'all was African American and cool with it.
No.
And now all of a sudden,
y'all
disrespecting everybody else that's Africans.
No, we were not African American.
Yeah,
5 years ago. Okay, it's my turn to talk. You were talking, I was quiet. So some respect. But this is what these tethers do though. They come over here and they just talk over where we talk. And I was quiet. I let them go in.
Go ahead.
And I was quiet. I wasn't insecure like he is. Now, brother, have you ever heard of something called ethnogenesis?
No.
What? Okay, so let me put it on the screen. Wow, he never heard of an ethnogenesis. He talking all this science shit. This is embarrassing. Okay. All this giant, all this science stuff.
Population genetics, by the way.
Cool. Cool. Watch this.
You asked me about something that don't have nothing to do with the population genetics. That's correct.
This guy. You don't know what ethnogenesis is, man. So you need to.
What does population genetics have to do with ethnogenesis? Tell me.
Okay, because ethnogenesis is what forms you differently than what you were supposed to be before, right? That's what but you don't know what it is, so you got no place to talk.
You said you was gonna put it on the screen,
but you keep talking.
Well, I'm waiting.
Okay,
we just talking while you put it on the screen.
Well, no, I don't do that. I like to. That's called confusion. That's what happens on your channel. That's why y'all don't really get no views. But over here, we're totally in sync. Ain't no chaos. We are orderly over here. That's why we get views. We're only 2,000 subscribers. That's it. We
That's
killing
cool.
y'all with views. All right. Anyway,
Y'all, I don't even have a channel. What are you talking about?
now the people, wait, the channels you support, the channels you be on, okay? And we're only less than a year. We what, January?
Man,
Anyway,
what do that got to
anyway,
do with what we talking about?
cool. Yeah, exactly. You said a lot of shit I don't gotta do with what we're talking about. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen. So you can learn something. You've been learning something all day today.
Hmm?
I can learn shit from you, except how to lie.
So this is gonna have something to do with population genetics, huh?
Okay, so ethnogenesis in the African American context refers to the creation and evolution of a distinct American ethnicity from various African tribes. That's called delineating. That's called drawing the line. Ethnogenesis in foundational Black American context refers to the creation
This
and
is African
evolution.
American right there, don't
Okay, yeah, but we know this foundation Black American.
it? I
So
wonder why I say that.
ethnogenesis. Okay, cool. You could say what you want to say, but this is
Mm,
it ain't gonna change. It's speaking about us, regardless how
mm.
I could say
So why
Das.
you
I could
changing the
say
word though?
that's I always do that. That's common practice.
But why would you want to do that? Well, like,
Anyway, I'm
what's
finished
wrong with
reading.
that word, right? Let's talk about that. What's wrong with
And
that?
look. He don't want me to finish reading. So when I put him in the back chat, he gonna hang up again. Okay, so ethnogenesis. This killed him. Ethnogenesis in the African American, you happy? Foundation of Black American context refers to the creation and evolution of a distinct American ethnicity from various African tribes. European colonists and Native American peoples during the transatlantic slave trade and its aftermath. This process involved disruption and rebuilding, leading to a shared culture and identity indigenous to the Africa states. Nope. Indigenous to the United States. So we are indigenous. Despite the haplogroup bullshit, despite all this ancestry he's talking about, despite diverse ancestral backgrounds that include African, European, and Indigenous American components. So, in spite of all this shit, Tether, we are still foundational Black Americans. We are different and distinct from various African tribes. You're dead.
Man,
You keep
nobody
losing all
said
day.
that we were culturally in line with what we left. We're distinct. We have a whole distinct language. Than the way that brother was talking on that video. He has an accent. We don't have. We have it, and believe it or not, I know you hate to admit this, but we got accents here in America. Like I'm talking like I'm from the South, right? But you talk like probably you from the East Coast. And guess what? We talk about each other based on this, right in America. You know that? So what's the problem? We have cultural differences right here in America, just like we got them in Jamaica, just like the people in the Africans in Jamaica, they talk different. Just like the Latino African that got dropped off down there, they talk different. So we gonna subjugate each other based on where we got dropped off in our little accents. But we all got the same one thing in common, which is we got slavery all from North America all the way to South. But we tripping on this, huh?
Ethnogenesis. That's right. That's science.
Nah, that's what ignorant people do.
I know.
They don't deal
word?
with the genetic continuity. They only deal with what you call ethnocentric, where we start to delineate based on culture. Not based on genetics, based on culture.
He hates. Wait. Oh, okay. So why do Igbos are okay? So are Igbo and Yorubas the same people?
Probably genetically, yes, but not culturally, no.
Okay,
they have different
so
cultures.
okay.
They have the houses different. All you got.
Okay, well,
they're more culturally different in Africa than anywhere. Go ahead.
So he's stoning us for acknowledging our cultural differences and delineating from everybody else based on our cultural differences. He's throwing stones at us, but he just admitted that these two tribes, that they're both Nigerian, but one is Igbo, one is Yoruba, and they're allowed to throw stones at each other or divide based on their cultural differences.
Yeah, but you know what? Tribalism in
But
Africa is bad. Hold
aren't
on,
they?
watch this. Tribalism in Africa is bad if they gonna start killing each other.
But aren't they both Nigerian?
Don't matter.
But aren't they both African?
Just like in the Ukraine right now. They
shit,
in Ukraine and then Russia, but they both ethnically and genetically close, similar to each other. But
The
just
holy
because they got a
FBS
name,
Codex TV.
they're at war with each other. You know that? It's the same thing all over this planet, bro. It ain't no difference. Culture can cause you to go to war with like species.
Hey, bro, are you mad at the Igbos and
No.
Fulanis who don't say they're African, but rather Igbo and Fulani and Yoruba?
No. Just like we
So
say
why?
we African
So
Americans,
why?
they can say
Okay,
they Igbos or
yeah,
whatever.
but you're mad at us by saying we're not that. We're just Black
No,
Americans, foundational.
The problem with the FBA conversation is that y'all are trying to separate African Americans, or based on this name, y'all are trying to separate us from everybody else that's in the same historical and genetic situation that we're in. Because based on our genetics, we all got subjugated no matter what you want to say.
No,
Yes, it
okay.
is. So why did they enslave the so-called people?
Bro,
that was
you don't
African?
even want you talk so much, you don't know what I'm saying no to. You just running your mouth babbling. So now, he's on mute. He muted himself. I'll wait till him come off mute. He's just babbling. I'm saying no to something.
I thought you wanted to say something, so I muted. Go ahead.
All right. No, don't mute. Don't mute. 'Cause I think FBA might want to add or say something to you. I don't know. If not, I'll just go.
Peace. Yo. What's going on, Ron? Peace to the FBA
Great, man.
family.
Yes, sir.
Peace to everyone. I'm coming in kind of late. I'm not sure, exactly what Pan-African James' beef is, but I just want to ask him, bro, what does the word delineate mean?
Delineate is a form of separation or breaking off.
No, it's not.
So, okay, what is it?
Delineate means to precisely describe something. It has nothing to do with separation. Everyone who has a name and a flag is delineated. The only so-called black, well, there's only one group of black people, but the only group that was not delineated because of our open arms to everyone, we invited everyone to be black, but they were already delineated. So delineation should not even be a problem, because we have the right to specifically name our own culture like anyone else. So really, it's people like you and other Pan-Africans that are actually causing a division, because the first thing you're doing is misrepresenting delineation as separation.
Right.
Because I can be a Pan-African and still be a foundational Black American, even though that would go against the code of most foundational Black Americans right now. It has nothing to do with delineation. And there are still FBAs that claim FBA that are Pan-African.
Right.
See, so what I would ask you is, if you're telling foundational Black Americans to drop their flag, why don't you tell Jamaicans to drop their flag? And why, when they speak about us, they speak about us in terms of them over there? They don't say those Africans over there in America are lazy. Those Africans over there they say those Black Americans have no culture. Well, they just delineated. And then they said we had no culture. So I just want to understand what the beef is, because it's really y'all that are causing the beef.
So
hello?
Is he on?
No, so you're saying
loss of words.
Oh no! I don't know if I was on mute or not.
Yeah,
I was trying to
the Codex is heavy.
But what I'm trying to figure out here is, so you're saying that Pan-Africans started to delineate and started to separate, or however, whatever word you want to use.
Well, I'm saying not Pan-Africans, the so-called diaspora were already delineating for the past 100 years. Soon as someone says, I'm Jamaican, shows a Jamaican flag, they have delineated.
Correct. But see, that ain't what I see before you came on the panel. That wasn't what I was discussing with Ron. What the problem was?
Yes, it was.
No. The problem was
yes, it was.
That you're trying to, that this FBA movement has started to attack other African groups.
We never attacked anybody.
Yeah.
No, hold on, stop. Because
that's what's going
this
on.
Is where Pan-African, James, this
Go
is
ahead.
where the gaslighting comes in. Now, you are a foundational Black American, right?
No, I'm an African American.
All right, same thing, just different terms. We use a better, more precise term, but you're
okay. That's so well. So okay, let me.
But you're not politically.
What's the problem with that term?
The problem with it is the same problem that you're ignoring out of either political ignorance or just trying to gaslight. Now,
no, I'm asking a legitimate question. I want to know.
I know, brother. I'm getting to it. If you are African American, right, then you had to experience the same thing I experienced, especially if you grew up in the North. Grew up in Roxbury, Massachusetts, the home of Malcolm X. There is Jamaican communities. I mean, whole neighborhoods. I grew up around them. And for years, even my own friends, some of my Dominican friends, I didn't even know they was Dominican until I went to their house and their mother started speaking Spanish or something. They told me they wasn't Black. You never experienced that.
I'm not from the North. But if somebody that looked at Black and I went over their house and discovered that they wasn't Black because their parents taught them or told them to say they ain't Black, and I'm looking at them, phenotypically, I know what a Black person look like. So I just know that at this particular point, now when you was young, I could understand the confusion. But at this particular point, that's just
example to say that you're gaslighting when you say FBAs are attacking. No, FBAs are responding from the last 50 years of abuse. We started shooting back. See, this is why do y'all keep gaslighting? For years, we tried, and we don't even have to use the term Pan-Africanism. Let's use the term Pan-Blackism. We tried. That's why, even if you go look at Kamala Harris, most of our people accepted her as Black. She's not even, she's East Indian.
But hold on.
Hold on, bro. Let me just finish.
I would.
So, all right, that's you. I said most, bro. So my point is why are you trying to gaslight our lineage now that we stopped letting people tell us we didn't have no culture, claim, our achievements like they created hip hop, or, then when it comes to reparations, we have tethers undermining that. Let me just say this to you real quick, and I know I'm kind of long-winded, but I just want to get this to you, brother, because there's so much misunderstanding going on. Politically, Pan-Africanism, and bro, by the way, this is Lex Vortex Pan-African, James, if you didn't know.
Holy smoke.
So look, I'm the one who kills your boy Unc all the time. But listen, politically, brother, this is the most important part. Outside of the emotions of being connected culturally and all that, we talking about reparations and policy, right? When it comes to reparations and policy, Caribbeans, Africans, immigrants, and I won't even say they're all doing it on purpose. Some of them are, but they have a different social-political agenda. And so delineation, especially politically, and you as an African American, you should realize that you're so much in Pan-Africanism that you are a tribe traitor, that you're betraying your own lineage in the name of a philosophy, sir. We got to get our house together first. And politically, we got people like Candace Owens out there, Wes Moore, the Black Caucus is headed. A lot of the leadership are Caribbeans that shot down reparations. So for
Well,
you,
hold on, let me ask you this.
so for you, let me just land the plane.
For
you as an African American, bro, you are a sellout to your lineage because you are emotionally tied to Africa that don't give one shit about you.
I don't think you can speak for Africa.
I can speak.
I don't think you can speak for 1 billion people. It's impossible.
Yes, I can.
No.
Yes, I can.
No.
I'm not. I know there's people. I got African
just like you feel I'm in America. I feel differently from you. That's how it work in Africa. It's Africans that love us there. So you can't just speak for the whole country.
I can speak for 1 billion. I'm talking about the general consensus.
No,
I'm saying
you can't speak for the general
Africans,
consensus. You ain't spoke to the general consensus. Stop it.
Bro, we experienced the general. If the general consensus, how did you feel about Africa to their reparations model as the 6th region without our permission? How did you feel about that?
Your mic broke up. You said, how did I feel about the 6th region of what?
The Africans adding us to their reparations claim and adding us on the list as the 6th region of whatever African reparations they got on. They didn't give us no representation, nothing. Didn't even consult nobody.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about when we say tethering, bro. So you got to separate the everyday African that I don't hate. I got Nigerian boys, bro.
So what is the words? Okay, no. So you just brought up the African representation here in this country, right? Candace Owens, and whoever else the National Black Caucus.
So none of that,
right?
You just
hold on. You brought that up, right? And answer this: which one of them is a Pan-African?
Second, do you not agree with anything I just said before you?
No, I'm talking about the African American leadership right now. Which one of them is a Pan-African? Tell me.
I just spoke for like 5 minutes, and I laid out and you had nothing to say.
I was listening. You told me to listen. So I'm asking questions. I'm asking you questions now.
But then you just jumped to something else and didn't address all of those facts.
Right.
No, we going one by one. I can't. I'm bringing up what you brought up about the National Black Caucus and the African American leadership that we got. I'm asking you a question.
Before we get into that, there's really no debate about. There's really no debate about that. Anything you try to say about that is just going to be gaslighting. They're tethering.
No, it's not. What I'm trying, why I asked you that question, Lex, is because
that's why we delineating, bro. Are they tethering or not?
Man, this is crazy.
That's crazy. You can't admit that.
How is that crazy, bro?
Who are you talking about? I can't even.
You just named one. You said Candace Owens.
Okay, so yeah, I was trying to bring him up. You act like you didn't want to talk about him, so I stopped.
So all right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, respond.
So I'm saying, so you brought
you just did.
No, you brought these people up like they like the leaders of the African American
movement. He could dance real good.
No, I'm just saying, y'all bringing these up like these are the major factors of the day. The National Black Caucus, Candace Owens, and who else did you mention, brother?
I could go on. Wes
you said
Moore.
West somebody.
I think
I'm just trying to I'm listening and I'm paying attention, and then I'm just asking questions about. Okay, I'm a Pan-African.
So what is your bro?
What the leadership in America got going on? Is it Pan-African leadership? Is what I'm asking y'all at this point.
In terms where? We're in
whoever you talking about leading America right now, is it Pan-African leadership? Is what I'm asking y'all.
No.
So now just imagine if it was Pan-African leadership. Do you think this shit would be going on that's going on right now?
How would you have Pan-African leadership in the United States of American politics?
Because Pan-African leadership is what started us in politics.
Oh my bro.
Yeah.
All right.
So
see, now we just get into
name somebody
that
started us off in politics outside of Martin Delany and any Pan-African.
Hold on, sir. Bro. I can't believe that we really got to this point and you said that.
Name
Even if you say
non-Pan-African that started us off trying to fight for our liberation.
No, bro, with American, let's stick to American politics. You said you had something to say about Candace Owens and if they're tethering, and you asked me if Pan-African leadership was, how would Pan-African leadership ever be in a leadership position in American politics? I'm not talking about who inspired us to get, a lot of people inspired us to get into politics. The Black church was more instrumental in getting into politics than Pan-Africans.
Okay.
So it don't matter. I'm asking you about American politics that make policy that we got to deal with. Pan-Africans ain't making no policy. They're not giving out reparations.
I wonder why.
I'm saying that when you talk about Black leadership, they put others up as a voice for our people. Do you deny that?
They put who as a voice? The people that you call tethers? Yeah,
yes.
I agree with that. But what I'm talking about, I'm not talking. See, what you fixated on is what they do. I'm fixated on what's the solution.
Needs to have, you got this. That's why it's called politics. So you got to make moves.
So hold on, Lex.
To protect yourself. So if they're putting up tethers to speak for us that undermine us, we have to delineate to take that power from them. That's political genius.
So now we're going to fragment from being African Americans. We don't like that term because other people call themselves African American.
Because African American is not delineation. Read the definition. That's why I asked you. Delineation means a precise description and a border that's set.
Okay, well, let me use a more proper word. So we're going to separate based on a word.
And then you just go and use the same word and ignore that I told you delineation.
Okay, so I just said let me use a better word. Thank you. So we're going to separate based on a word, right?
No,
and then start fighting amongst each other. That's what's going on.
Bro, how are you ever going to get to a point?
Ain't no white folks on this panel, Lex.
We can bridge a gap if you keep lying about what we just established and you agreed on. Delineation has nothing to do with separation.
Okay, so now, touche. Now we back on to what's going on. We are separating ourselves based on a new word that you guys want to use to think that y'all are being slick about the same situation that we was dealing with when we was African American.
Separating ourselves, we're delineating ourselves.
So now we delineate. So which one is this, Lex? Please tell.
You know, what do you mean? The term delineation is one of the major words from the FBA lineage. You asking us which one? It's been delineate. You ain't never heard separate.
Oh, so now we're gonna have some madness about the separation and delineation. That's what we doing.
No, that's what you need to do. So you can stop.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of why y'all are using the term that just got into the lexicon of our people in the last 5 years.
Let me tell you something, Pan-African.
What's wrong with African American? What's wrong?
The reason
you still ain't
that you are not even hearing the conversation.
No,
I just walked through it
I
with
asked
you
questions and you're not answering. Just answer this question.
Yeah,
what's wrong with African American? Both of y'all, and I'm gonna mute out.
Delineation. That's why I asked you what the Elon is an African American.
See, now you saying I'm talking crazy. That's crazy. He ain't even an African.
Yeah, but he's considered an African because he's from South Africa, bro. And when he moved, he became an African American. Also, the term African is not delineation because African is 54 countries. So when we call ourselves African American, anybody that comes over here from Africa, Caribbean, you call themselves an African. It's such a broad term, and it doesn't. So because of the politics involved in terms of Candace Owens and people like that, the American politics, and also the cultural politics, which we have to protect our own lineage and what we created, just like anybody else. Let me ask you this, Pan-African James. Can I go, how many Black American reggae artists are there?
your mic is breaking up. Maybe you need to, if you talk a little softer, because it's kind
Get
of
off
like
this.
breaking up.
Can you hear me
I'm not
now?
lying. Am I making it up, Ron, or what?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, try it again.
How many African Americans reggae artists are there?
How many African American reggae artists are there? I don't know.
How many African American reggaeton artists are there?
Don't know.
You know why? I don't know none. None. Because they won't allow us to get into the reggae field and become big. If you go to, like, you see what I'm saying? And this is what I'm talking about, bro. And you need to think about this and think about protecting your own lineage. It's not about separate. But how many Jamaican rap artists are there?
I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of them.
How many Hispanic rap artists?
But hold on, though.
No, hold on. Listen,
this is what's
bro,
crazy.
don't
Why are
jump.
you even bringing this type of crazy stuff up?
No,
Slow
I'm
down,
showing
bro.
you. What? Hold
Slow
on. I'm
down.
showing.
Can I talk for a second? Slow down.
But you gotta understand what I'm
slow
showing
down,
you.
baby.
I want you to understand what I'm showing.
You got to understand. Slow down. Now, I'm 56 years old, right? I remember when hip hop wasn't even on the planet. You know that? Some of y'all don't remember when hip hop wasn't on the planet, but I do. I remember when everybody had their own culture, like Mexicans, Europeans. They was playing rock and roll. They didn't want to hear shit about no rap.
Get to the point, please, bro. We don't do the tether babbling.
I'm African American. I don't understand what even that term.
All right, so
even
get
means.
to your point, because
I mean, sometimes we got to go down the history timeline to understand what's going on.
Yeah, he was the one versus me. He
basically,
just be
when Rappers Delight came out in 1979.
Nah, bro. Hey, I can't.
When that came out, slow down.
Bro,
you got to understand the significance of that song.
Bro,
because when that came out,
that
changed the whole world,
bro.
To talk about a song or a
right?
group.
You interrupted me because, bro,
crazy. You don't understand how that shit happened.
You're trying to argue. When I brought that up, it was to bring you. I used a simple illustration of music. Not that I was making it a big thing, but just to show you in that one instance the tethering and the difference between how open our culture is. Cardi B just went platinum. Can I go to Puerto Rico and go platinum as a reggae? No. So that's just one thing. Now, when it comes to politics, we can do the same thing with benefits. Can they come here and put African American?
Well, damn, I thought y'all was with mixed
people.
Bro,
listen.
Hold on. He just said that y'all was down with
American
mixed people. She might got some black people in her too.
Man,
I mean,
now
Puerto
you
Ricans
see,
and some,
you're not.
Yeah, they is, bro. They got some black people in there.
Because you're making arguments that are not even relevant.
No, because that's what Ron said.
Now
Man,
you're going.
He said
that's a whole nother subject.
Don't allow him to quote me at all.
Bro,
like this dude's a piece of shit liar.
Say that, but you
Pan-African James.
Go ahead.
You act like an agent, bro. That's a whole nother subject.
Staying the fact.
Hey, listen, bro. That's a whole nother subject you're bringing up. Every time I bring you somewhere for you to come to a realization. Instead of why are you fighting the truth? Instead of admitting that, then you'll go and take something else I said out of the conversation and run down another path. Oh, well, Cardi B might be mixed. Nigga, the point is there are no reggae artists that are foundational Black Americans. There's not one foundational Black American that went platinum doing Afro beats, which ain't nothing but fucking
We don't know
R&B.
that. It might have been one. We don't know.
See what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah,
you don't know that. But what I'm saying is, I was trying to let you know how strong that hip hop, when it came out, it took over.
You wasn't making a point though, man.
It did take over the whole world, bro. I'm just telling you.
Like you just stating obvious facts, bro.
I'm saying
you're not tying it into nothing.
Right. I'm saying hip hop is FBA culture, bro.
It's African American culture.
It's FBA music. Okay? And I'm saying we allowed even white people.
Why it can't be African American
music? Listen, bro. All I'm telling you is, nigga, roll with your team first.
Yeah, African Americans.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's actually one of us, man.
Hold on.
No, bro, I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong with that.
African American,
y'all mad at African Americans if I say that?
Hold on, brother. You're so pressed on the African American thing. Okay, what about Negro? Can I use that term?
Yeah, that's the descriptor to say that somebody's Black.
What? No,
Yeah,
no,
it's a description.
Negro was once one of the main terms before African American, describing not only the black people, but specifically black people here in America, bro.
Well, I think that's a Latin word they was using all over the world.
Oh my God, man. So the point is that there have been many terms applied to us, and all of those terms were nothing that we ever agreed upon as a lineage. FBA.
Yeah, we did. We agreed upon African Americans in the 80s. That's why I said it's done.
No, we didn't, bro. When it was brought up,
when was you born, Lex?
Yeah, this dude is crazy.
You got it, unbiased.
Nah, see what I'm saying? And now you don't want to answer no questions.
Hey, I thought you could do. Yeah, I thought you could get to him better than I could.
I can't do it, bro.
Yeah, because y'all don't want to answer no questions. Every time I ask questions, y'all shut up. That's crazy.
Because your questions are not, your questions are off to the.
What is wrong with being an African American? What's wrong with that? Us using that?
Man,
term?
we just went through that the last goddamn half hour about.
You never did give me an answer though. That, I mean, you kind of squirted around.
Okay, it's not proper delineation.
Why?
Meaning that, for instance, when you say Igbo, you can't cosplay Igbo. You either Igbo or not. You know the culture or not. You know the language or not. You from the lineage.
Damn, that's crazy.
You're from the. Yo, what the is wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, the dude is.
So African American is like a tribe, right? In America.
African American.
Just like they Igbos in Africa, that's their tribe. We African American. That was our tribe. That was the name we came up with as African American.
We didn't come up
because
with
we
that
didn't
name.
know where we came from in Africa.
But my
so we
point
just claimed
is,
the whole of Africa.
Hold on, listen, bro.
And then
my point is,
and we also claimed that we from America as well.
My point to you
that
is,
shit was beautiful. I don't even see it was a problem.
My point is, why don't you tell all the people in the diaspora to put Africa before their name, so they can be on so we can all be on the same level. Since we're the ones that want to separate. No, you're not just Jamaican. You African Jamaican.
You got Native Americans. You got Asian Americans. You got European Americans.
I don't even like this shit.
That's what you got,
bro. I didn't even finish. Hold on,
I mean,
bro. I want you to
that?
tell them to put African before Jamaican, African before Trinidadian, African before Nigerian. See, if you want to have that standard for us,
you don't have to do that when you're the predominant population. That's why Americans don't do it here. Americans don't do it. European Americans don't do it here because they're the predominant.
Why are you bringing up Europeans?
So you don't do it when you're the predominant population. You don't have to use that type of delineation. See, that's how it works. You don't understand that, though. Go ahead.
Why did you bring up Europeans in this conversation?
Because that's how they do it in America. They don't necessarily got to tell you that they European Americans. They the dominant population. But I'm just telling you because Jamaicans are predominantly African. You ain't really got to
telling us that we got that in this conversation?
You know what I'm saying? They just say they Jamaicans. But if it's a European Jamaican, then they gonna delineate and say I'm an African Jamaican. I bet if you ask them,
talking about
that, bro. Go ahead.
Why are you worshiping white people in my fucking conversation? Like we gotta follow some blueprint from what Europeans. See, that's what's wrong with you niggas, man.
Because white people didn't create the term African Americans.
So what I'm asking you is, why would you have a problem with us not having African in front of our shit?
Because y'all don't want to be African.
I haven't even finished, bro. See, bro, I can't do this because
dude is weird.
You asking? I just told you.
Listen,
I wasn't done, bro.
Question. Go ahead.
No, if I'm saying you got to put the same requirements on the diaspora. If we don't want to be African, then they don't want to be African because they don't say I'm African Jamaican. Is that not clear and simple?
Well, I don't know, bro. I just thought they called themselves
Afro-Latinos. You're in denial because you've been in a religion that I was in. I was in that religion for a long time, brother. Listen,
I'm talking about in the southern hemisphere. That's what they call themselves, the Afro-Latinos.
He said African though.
Bro.
Well, that's a reference to Africa when you use Afro. I thought everybody knew that, but go ahead.
What does that got to do with the conversation about the official names of people?
Because based on the language that you speak, people will say different things about themselves.
All right, so let me just to be clear, Pan-African James, you don't require Jamaicans to put African before Jamaican. That's not a requirement.
I thought I explained how dominant population.
Nigga, that's a yes or no. Like, do you require them to put African before their name or not?
I mean, no, not because they're the dominant population on that island.
What does that got to do with it?
When you're the dominant population, you don't really have to identify where you come from until you in opposition to somebody that's of the opposite race.
No.
Yeah.
But we're talking about
African in Africa don't got to tell you they African.
Oh
they ain't got to tell you. You should already know they African because they in Africa. So now they'll go by what tribe they in. I'm an Igbo. I'm a Fulani. But you already know they African. So why the fuck they got to tell you that? That's dumb.
You're saying.
So the people in Jamaica, you already know their ass is African. You can see them. So they say they Jamaican. They say they Jamaican because there ain't that many Europeans on the island. Go look up how many Europeans.
That's not why they say. Go put him in the back, Ron. Please, Ron.
How you gonna tell that man to put me in the back?
Just for a second.
Wow. Yo, he out of control. Wow. I mean, Ron, he out of control.
Pan, just relax for a second.
Because you're saying stupid shit. They don't call themselves Jamaican because they're the dominant. That has nothing. That's the name of the fucking island. It's Jamaica. If a million Chinese moved in there tomorrow, they wouldn't have to put African on it because they need to delineate in Jamaica.
Right.
Jamaica's the island. They're called Jamaicans. And just like you said, everyone knows we're Americans. And everyone knows we got African roots. So why the fuck do we got to put African on our name?
Well, then, so we should just call ourselves Americans then, huh?
Hey, yo, bro. We can do that too. But in America, just
now,
like
so now it's a but. What's the but? Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you. Even in America, how are people classified? Some people will say, "Well, I'm this, I'm that," but we're
this
not.
And that? What's this and that?
Bro, wait, man. But we don't have foreign ties to say I'm African American because we haven't been tied to Africa for over 500 years. We're not tied to a tribe, nothing. The people that came here like Italian Americans, yeah, that they still have a link to Italy. They still got cousins, aunties, family in Italy. How many cousins you got in Uganda?
Probably a bunch of them.
No, I'm talking about that you know. How many family members?
They don't know how many cousins they got over there.
How many? What I'm asking you is simply.
Why you getting mad? Because I'm telling you the truth, man. People that
everybody got cousins.
You ever seen
everyone has cousins all over the world.
You in New York? You ever seen gangs in New York?
I'm not in New York, bro. Listen, before you interrupt me and try to get over the point that I'm making, bro, we don't have no family ties to Africa.
They don't either.
Who don't?
Them Europeans, they don't know who.
Yes, they do, nigga. They still got family in Europe.
They don't know.
They got aunties in France. And
they
got cousins. What?
They don't know them just like we don't know them.
No, that's a lie. Nigga, I've been growing up around Europeans all my life.
That's deep.
Yeah, he
just trolling.
Yo, he's crazy.
Fucking country.
He said I've been around Europeans all my life.
Word. Yeah, nigga, I live in America, idiot.
Well, I've been in America all my life.
All right, you ain't been around Europe. Did you have, nigga, if you go to college, if it's not a black, you're gonna be around Europeans. If you go anywhere in the world, you're gonna interact with Europeans. And if you don't know that Europeans still have family in Europe, you're fucking ignorant, bro.
I didn't say that. Cause they call them Europeans. I know that's what they.
No, they have direct.
I'm just telling you that they don't. Just like you sitting up and saying they got this great relationship with where they come from. Them people are just as disassociated as we are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
All right, then why do we have?
Look at gangs in New York, Lex, and it'll tell you everything you need to know because you don't know. Them people, some of them people that was born, they was already born here. They don't give a damn about where they came from. Yeah, because that movie based on a real
this is what I'm trying to say.
I don't understand. Like, y'all don't understand.
I wish you would put them in the back at this point. But this is what I'm trying to say.
Pan, hold on,
man. That's crazy.
This is what I'm trying to say. This brother is not trying to talk to reach any type of truth.
Of course not.
He's just arguing for Pan-African because everything that we've said He's made a dumb there can be no doubt that African American is different, you know, in terms of delineation, in terms of inclusion. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up, Les.
And you
How does
can't
African
argue, hey,
American
bro, wait.
have to
And
do with
then when I brought
Pan-Africanism?
up
Hey, Pan, let him finish, man. Damn.
Europeans
My bad.
having ties to Europe, he wants to lie about that to try to make it look like it's equal and the same. Like Europeans have the same relationship with Europe that we have with Africa. No, they don't. Matter of fact, Europeans still have family there. They still travel back and forth. They never lost connection with Europe. That's why when you heard Stephen Miller the other day at Charlie Kirk's funeral, when he was talking, he said we got to stand on our heritage and lineage and protect Western civilization.
Dang.
They're still connected like that. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to Africa, yeah, we have the genes. No one, I think it's silly for those that deny our African roots, but there are some of us who were already here, but that's another conversation. But again, Europeans, family members didn't sell them either. So now we have a whole nother part of this thing where Africans, it's not just that we're disconnected, but they caused the delineation as soon as they fucking took the rum and guns and sold us. It was
And
a
K2.
delineation then. And that's what broke the cultural connect. To come back to us 500 years later, after being left to die, after bleeding on this soil, fighting on this soil, building this country, shaping the
Middle
culture,
Passage.
and having to have the spiritual power to actually create a whole nother culture. And then you gonna come say to us, why ain't you calling yourselves African American? Nigga, get the fuck out of here, bro.
You ain't proud
That
of
sounds
America?
silly, nigga.
Why
Y'all trying to separate? Nigga, they sold us.
So is you proud
How
of
much
America?
more separation can you have than being
I'm asking you, are you proud to be an American?
than selling a motherfucker into
disconnection.
slavery? How
Are
much
you
more
proud to be an
delineation
American?
and separation do you need?
I'm
And then on top of that, when we got here, there hasn't even been no diplomatic relationship. Not one African president has came to the hood and said, yo, we want to work with you. You're not, and I'm going to tell you something. Shout out to Pharaoh said that. Here's the bottom line, y'all. I'm going to tell you what the bottom line is. And Pharaoh said that, made it plain. When they talk about Pan-Africanism and unification, they're only talking about pipe dreams and they never talk business.
Right.
There is
So,
no
hold on, let me ask you
unification.
this then. You
Let me
said we don't
finish,
never
bro. I'm
talk
about
business.
to land my plane.
Go ahead.
There is no unification without business. If y'all niggas want to unify, and you need to listen close, because these people are your enemies, bro. And they're making a fool out of you. If they wanted to unite with us, Ibrahim Traore, make us the brokers of that uranium. You got to go through the diaspora to get this fucking uranium. America, if you want this chocolate, if you want this uranium, you want this cobalt, you got to go through the FBA Corporation. That's who's brokers for us in the diaspora. If they ain't doing that, nigga, ain't no Pan-Africanism without no pan business. You're a fool. And you've been, and listen, bro, I understand your sentiment because I was there. You've been politically.
You ain't never been a Pan-African.
Listen, bro. Listen, nigga. Before you say something,
Hebrew
hey,
or
listen.
something. Stop it.
Hey, fuck you. Before you get, before
see,
you
man,
get.
see what I'm saying? I'm just telling
yeah,
the truth.
because
cutting in, bro.
So hold on, you wasn't a Hebrew or something at one point?
You cutting in, Pan.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
just saying,
trolling, bro.
That's crazy.
Pan, you trolling.
Nigga, I
You're
was
not being
raised as a
serious.
Christian. I was
Man, like, why you cussing me out for saying the truth, though?
Because what's the
You wasn't a
relevance?
Pan-African, you was a Hebrew. Stop.
No, I was a Pan-African, bro.
So you wasn't ever a Hebrew?
I was a Hebrew 15 years ago, fuck boy.
Hebrews can't be Pan-African. They anti-African.
I said 15 years ago.
So then you said after
you
you was the Hebrew, you became a Pan-African. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
And then after you became a Pan-African, now you're an FBA.
No, I don't be. FBA is a lineage.
No, I'm just saying you ain't a Pan-African no more, right?
No.
So now you're FBA, right?
No, you don't go. You can't go from philosophy to lineage.
Well, you left Pan-Africanism. I don't know what you got going on.
See what I'm saying, bro?
I'm confused, but go ahead.
Anyway,
do you, bro.
Where was I at before this? So what I'm telling you, nigga, is you've been under a spell. You've been politically duped. I know your mentality. I know where you're at, but you're not thinking logically and politically.
How you know?
In terms of a people that have to deal with the reality of the social political arena. Now, there's one thing emotionally. I can be, oh, we're all brothers. We're all sisters. We got to come together. And I still believe that that's ideal. And I think that once people respect the FBA lineage, then that conversation may be able to become real. But we cannot have, you can't have 2 or 3 more people come together if they're not properly all together themselves and delineated properly. You can't have a merger with McDonald's and some other generic fucking hamburger company. You can have a merger between McDonald's and Burger King. You see, Burger King, they're respected. We got our ways. You know what?
Right.
We gonna merge. Nigga, we have to delineate. That actually strengthens the potential of Pan-Africanism, to tell the truth, because you gotta respect us and our lineage, our accomplishments, our politics. You can't come over here talking about Pan-Africanism and try to take over the fucking Essence fence with fucking whatever. You see what I'm saying? That's disrespect. That's not. So that, and you see that caused the problem. The nigga, name me one African-American president in Africa or anywhere in a political seat in Africa. Name me one.
I'm trying to figure out, name one in America.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I won't even answer
African-American
that
president.
I won't even answer. Barack Obama, nigga.
So now you gonna say somebody who got an African daddy can be the African-American president?
What? He was.
Yeah,
I thought y'all said that y'all wasn't dealing with Africans and shit.
What are you talking about? He's the president, man.
That's my point.
Oh, so now that he's the president, it's cool.
No,
that's wild of the motherfucker.
He asked you a question. You missed it.
It's all cool for him to be because he's the president.
No, it's not cool.
That
nigga,
motherfucker daddy is from Kenya, bro. His daddy
I think he really can't comprehend, bro.
Bro, this nigga is goofy as fuck. I just told you there's no African American.
What is going on?
I told you there's no African American that holds any seats in politics in Africa. And then your dumb ass, when I named Barack Obama, you said
why would an African American hold the seat in Africa and he can't even hold the seat in his own goddamn country?
When I named Barack Obama, you didn't even understand the point. You started saying, "Oh, it's cool." No, we're saying it's not cool. That was the point. But he was
so now we on point. So now answer this: why would Africans in a whole, they got their own country with presidents in their own country, make an African American president when he can't even be a president in his own damn country?
Because African Americans have moved to Ghana.
No,
over
that ain't what I'm talking about.
Nigga, I'm answering your question.
That's crazy. Go ahead.
African Americans have moved over there. If they say that we're all the same, then if I go to Ghana and I get citizenship in Ghana, now I'm able to run for office in Ghana, right?
I think so.
Right?
If that's what the law say, then yeah.
All right. They would never let it happen. They would never elect a nigga president in Ghana. So I'm saying to your dumb ass, why should we do it over here?
We didn't do anything over here. What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You know what?
So you think we elected Barack Obama?
Yo, Ron, I'm working. Hold on, I'm talking to Ron.
You think black people?
Hey, yo, I'm talking to Ron right now. Hey, Ron. Yeah. One reason I don't like getting in these conversations, because I've been trying to work on my emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
And when I get into these conversations, I kind of lose it, and I'm working on my discipline, y'all. But I'm so passionate about this.
No, but he's your real test though, because he's
purposely. Oh my God,
trolling.
bro! These motherfuckers They act just like the tethers. Like, how can you not understand what I just gave you when I said there's no African Americans that hold any seats in Africa? And then when I turn it around, you act like
Only thing I did was ask the question. Why would they do some dumb shit like that? That would be the dumb. I think they would be really dumb,
bro. It's like he's playing. What I'm saying is, this is how you know these niggas are sellouts for Africa, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like they playing for the other team. Every culture has cultural bias. Every time we bring up a subject, you speak like you're from fucking Africa. Nigga, you not from Africa. You not an African. So when I say African American will never hold political seats in Africa, you should feel that. You should feel that as a person from here. And then when we reverse it, and what is the reason they wouldn't let that happen? Because they would assume this motherfucker don't actually know what we're going. He has kind of a different view of what we have. He might not be in tune with what the Igbo tribe is trying to get. And that's the truth. So why is your dumb ass gonna let some nigga from the Igbo tribe who don't consider you his brother because you have melanin come over here and run for fucking office and be like, oh, well, we're all black?
You talking about Barack Obama?
Oh my God, I'm done, bro.
I'm just asking the question. That's crazy.
This nigga, hey Ron, how did that just happen just now?
Because of what the
I just had a long diatribe, and this nigga, his conclusion,
we only got one black.
His conclusion was, you talking about Barack Obama. Like,
yeah, because you talking about the president of the United States, ain't you?
You from the deep, deep South, bro. Where you from? Alabama, Mississippi?
Yeah, see how you start disrespecting me based on
no, I'm just saying, where you from, bro?
Right in America.
Where you from?
What I'm doing is I'm playing with you because the shit you saying.
I think it's Sister Tiffany.
Where you from?
Now, I'm saying I'm doing this because the shit you saying is so dumb. And these are the type of
shit I'm saying is dumb.
You talking about why ain't no president, no African American president?
I didn't say why.
Why the fuck you asking me some dumb ass shit like that?
I said there never would be. You political.
So fucking what?
Oh, what do you mean? So what?
Why it ain't been one in America? Answer that motherfucking question. This the country you from? Why there ain't no African American president in this goddamn country? Since you worried about why there ain't no president, why there ain't been one here?
I'm not worried about.
See what I'm saying?
Yo,
that's
you
dumb shit you talking about.
Please put him in the back.
See, now I gotta be put in the back. You begging like a mark. See what I'm saying?
It's not about why. You're talking about why
in America, Lex. How about that shit?
That's a different subject.
It ain't no goddamn different subject. You talking about why there ain't no president, no African American president in Africa?
No, that's not what I'm
talking about. One in America yet.
Yo, Ron, do you think I'm asking? Do you think I'm asking why there's no African American president in Africa?
That's what you just asked me.
Is that, Ron, what do you think I'm bringing that up to say? I'm going to show you.
Now we got to play semantics.
Not semantics,
That's not semantics. You know what semantics is, dummy?
No, he doesn't know.
Yeah, now I don't know.
That's not semantics.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. Now, you know why I brought that up? You asked that.
That's not semantics,
question.
Bro.
That's exactly what you said. Why it ain't no African American president in Africa?
Is what you did.
Is that not what you asked, Lex?
Brother,
did you ask me why wasn't no African American presidents in Africa? Did you not ask me that a yes or no?
Rhetorically, idiot.
Why you gotta ask some rhetorical questions?
Because I'm trying to relate to you why the delineation is here necessary politically.
Right.
Now this is semantics.
No fucking sense.
Now here's what you don't know.
What is he talking about? Don't say nothing else. What is he talking about, right
brother?
There,
when you play, when I say FBA, when I say FBA, and you say no, I'm an African American, that's semantics. You fucking idiot.
Right.
That's semantics.
Right.
To delineate. Well, there's no need to use the term.
That's
FBA.
Semantics.
If you don't got no problem with African American, then there's no need to create an FBA.
Asking you about African Americans taking political office in Africa is to outline the inequality of the Pan-African fucking lie.
Man, what are you even talking about?
Oh my God, bro.
Hey, bro,
The Pan-African law. So
it's
let me
not
ask
gonna
you
register,
this.
man.
Oh my
Let me ask you
God,
this,
bro.
man.
Go ahead, Ron.
So you
Yeah,
saying
it's not gonna register.
so you said
evil
Muammar
motherfucker.
Gaddafi
Because I got up
didn't
here and you
didn't
said,
give the Nation of Islam $5 million. He didn't offer to give
I'm
the
gonna let
Nation.
Lex get
Let me
some of
ask
that. Some of that.
So Lex, you
Yeah,
said that
I
Muammar
thought you could
Gaddafi
work your
didn't
magic.
offer the Nation of Islam $5 million and America wouldn't let him accept it. Is that what you're saying? You said it wasn't no African leadership that sent nothing over here to try to help the African American, right? So Muammar Gaddafi tried to send $5 million to the Nation of
This dude
Islam.
talking about Libyan.
First of all,
he was the Pan-African.
Was he black or African?
Not in my opinion. I would say no.
Hey,
but he said not
let me
one
show you how
African leader.
politically ignorant
Hold
he
on.
is, right?
The criteria was he said that no African leader never tried to send nothing over here
All right.
to help the Africans.
You got one. You got one.
See what I'm saying?
Let's
So bravo.
All right, hold on. Now let's
Yeah, he
talk
just
about
gave you one,
Now
bro.
watch this.
Let's go. That's all he said. None.
All right, you name one leader, and I do give you.
You
Actually,
said it was none, though.
All right, nigga,
Okay.
I was wrong. There is one African leader named Gaddafi.
Now watch him switch.
Who was going to give money to who?
To the Nation of Islam.
Why?
Because they were Muslims too.
Exactly.
But see how I told you that?
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Hold up. The criteria is what was the Nation of Islam predominantly African American group? Is that yes or no?
So
we're going back
what
and
I'm
forth
saying is,
hold on.
You're
is the Nation of Islam predominantly African American group?
If Farrakhan was not Muslim, Gaddafi wouldn't have gave one fuck about the regular black people here.
Bro, change it up. Man. See how they go? That's crazy right there.
What do you mean?
That's crazy work, baby. But I feel you.
Hold on. So that's
what
not
do you
true?
disagree there,
Hold
Pan?
on. So that's not true?
No, the criteria was he said there was no African leader gave any African American anything. He didn't say nothing about no religion. None of that shit had anything to do with it when he first
prefaced. Hey, yo, did I just say I was wrong and said, okay, I'll give you?
So now you going down another diatribe about
did I
why
not
it was
tell the nigga? See? Okay, I was wrong. Actually, you name one. So why would he go back?
So why you discredited it right now?
Because now the conversation has moved further along.
Why you want to do that? But why you want to do that, though?
Because it is a fucking relevant aspect of the conversation. What's funny about that?
Guy, I like you, boy.
Hold on. What's funny about? Are you saying that? Why didn't Gaddafi offer, say, the Black Panthers that money? I'm just. I know that's a different. I know that's a different. Listen, hold up. I know that's a different time period, but I'm saying there's plenty of black organizations, plenty of other people that are non-Muslim,
right?
And shit. Why was it just Farrakhan?
Well, I don't know. It
Rainbow Coalition push.
It might have been. They might have. Somebody. Now this just a vague reference here. I believe that the L. Rookins. Hold on. I believe that somebody tried to fund the L. Rookins here in Chicago. I mean in Chicago as well. But that got
now you're going to something else.
Okay, I'm just saying.
That was weapons. That was weapons.
Gaddafi.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
You corrected me.
He wanted me
you
to
said
go ahead
I was
and bring
wrong.
up somebody else.
I admit it. See how I admit
yeah,
it.
But that was weapons, though. That was weapons.
I know it was weapons, Ron. But I was just bringing up the fact that
bro. Don't let him distract
you. Why you tripping about me bringing that up?
Do you see how I admitted that I said something wrong?
But I thought you wanted me to bring up another reference point to maybe.
Why would you think I wanted you to bring up
bro.
another reference
my bad,
point?
Lex, go ahead. I'm muting now. Go ahead.
The bottom line is this, man. There hasn't been one African leader not tied. Let me be more specific. We have one, but that was religious. It had nothing to do with the blackness. If Farrakhan was a Puerto Rican leading the Nation of Islam, he probably would have still offered them the same money. And you know what's sad about that? That's actually another offense against the rest of Africa, because it was actually an Arab, not even a real indigenous African, a colonizing ass Arab that offered to help the Nation of Islam, not black people.
Right. That's crazy.
That's even worse. I'm talking about the Nigerian president, the Ghanaian president. Why they never came over here and said, brothers and sisters, I am your brother. I see what's going on in America. You're welcome to come to Ghana. We know what's going on. We want to do business with you. They have never done that, bro.
So you saying that ain't never happened?
Not that I know of. I could be wrong.
Yeah, you don't know much.
All right, so then correct me.
So you know that Kwame Nkrumah was friends with Dr. Clark, right?
Was what?
There we go.
I said what was what, nigga?
Dr. John Henry Clark was close, very close friends with Kwame Nkrumah.
Okay.
When Kwame Nkrumah came to the United States, I think it was in the 1950s, or maybe in the 60s.
Oh my God.
Okay, well don't never mind, bro. I'm just saying you got to know your history to be able to understand.
So when Kwame,
when they first got their independence, it was based on Pan-African thought.
Okay, bro.
So every time y'all kind of
you haven't answered the
from
question.
Pan-Africanism, I mean, it's
telling
kind of
us
like
about-
a cringing type of moment.
tell us
because
about
Pan-Africanism is what got us free.
No, bro. See, you're babbling. You're babbling around. You brought up Kwame Nkrumah, which was in 1950. Okay.
Right.
What did he offer? And when did he speak?
Well, he didn't get a chance to offer much. You know, he died.
All right, so let's jump past that. He didn't offer nothing.
No, I said he didn't get a chance to do much but when he first got his administration together, he had big ideas of what Pan-Africanism would look like, which meaning, hold on. So, like you say, well, damn, why you ain't answering nothing when I start talking? You start saying that what you saying. What I'm just saying, but when he first envisioned the Pan-Africanism that Africans envisioned, it was to erase the colonial borders and to have a whole Africa like you got China, like you got India, and these are some of the strongest populations.
That's Africa. I'm talking about us in America.
Yeah, okay, but what I'm saying is, what his relationship with Dr. Clark, all of that would have been a fruition because we were included. Hold on. Because we were included in that.
Bro.
Yeah, we was.
See, that's what I'm talking about. It's always something would have been. I was asking, okay, even with Kwame Nkrumah, when did he speak to us generally anywhere? When was there an address to us here?
Well, if you know what Pan-Africanism is, that means well, you understand that he's a Pan-African person. Listen, hold on. Don't ask me questions, bro, and then cut me off. See what I'm saying?
We're grown-ass men.
Then when you ask me a question, yes or no?
Yo, brother, are you gay? Now, I'm not trying to be funny. I just want to see how you answer the question.
That's a good question.
What about
gay?
What I'm saying?
Are you
anything
gay?
With being gay?
Are you
that's
gay?
how people think.
That's either yes or
when
no.
They gay themselves.
Are you gay?
Now,
if you go, the reason
nothing
why
in
I
my
asked
tone
that
said that I'm gay. I don't understand. I don't understand. So
gay.
I sound feminine. Is that what
he asked you, bro?
Hold on, let me ask you this.
The reason I sound feminine to you, gay.
Hold on, do I sound feminine to you?
He's trying to ask why he asked you that.
No.
He's trying to tell you why.
If you start explaining
I sound feminine to you, Lex?
No.
What saying?
No, bro.
My tone is feminine?
No.
Well, then why would you ask such a dumb question?
I'm asking the question to see how you respond to a direct question.
Yes, that's how I would respond to you asking
something.
All right,
now, are you gay?
Don't ask me something like that.
Now, the point is, no disrespect to you. I don't think you're gay, Pan-African, James, at all. I sense no gayness in you. But I'm trying to relate to your slow brain. When someone asks you a fucking question, bro, when you got to start explaining, we already know you off.
No, because you got to put it in historical context.
Let me ask you again. When did an African leader come here and speak to us en masse about a plan, direction, or anything?
Well, I don't know if this count, but I'll try to lay this out for you.
Nope, you already started explaining.
I'm gonna have to do that if I'm trying to.
Oh my God.
I don't know if this.
So I just can't say. Okay, the Pan-African Conference. How about that?
When was that?
1900. 1900.
When was that?
1900 in London.
When was that?
1900 in London.
When was the Pan-African Conference?
He just told you.
Nigga, you just referred me back to the early 1900s during the Pan-African Conference when Pan-Africanism was just being fucking organized. And
well,
that shit was in
Pan-Africanism
England.
didn't just get, you know, you got to take steps to try to reclaim and
Nigga,
get
it's
your shit
all right,
back
now we in
together.
2025.
After you coming out of slavery and shit like that,
Bro,
you know,
all
you got to
right.
take time
Now
to get
the
your shit together. I
context.
mean, it just ain't no microwave
All right,
situation
brother.
like that.
Now we in.
Sorry.
How long has it been since the Pan-African Conference?
Probably about 100+ years.
All right, since the Pan-African Conference. You got to
Okay.
walk these retarded niggas slowly.
Yeah,
Since
keep
the
going. Let's do this.
Pan-African Conference, when has Africa, any nation in Africa, reached out us into a real way en masse about policy, plans, and business?
I'm pretty sure that's happened, Lex.
But you don't know,
Do
right?
you know of any?
You don't know either.
And so here's the
He's
problem.
asking you.
But I'm just giving you probability because
All right,
I don't
so
know
here's the problem. I don't
specifically,
need. We ain't
but I'm
dealing with
almost
probability.
certain
If I want to deal with probability, I will start talking about quantum physics, nigga. We ain't dealing with probability. We dealing with what's real and concrete in our lives.
I wouldn't say
socially,
never. Okay, I wouldn't say never.
And politically. And you know what's sad about this Pan-African, James? Mm-hmm. You're a Pan-African and you tell me you don't know, but you want FBA to drop our lineage and our flag to become a Pan-African so we can't know some shit.
You know,
yeah, he know what ethnogenesis was, but he's a science guy.
To the United Nations and spoke. I don't understand why you tripping about
Pan-African James. What I'm saying to you, brother,
Kwame Nkrumah came to the United Nations.
I'm not even telling you to stop
in the 50s and 60s. So,
nigga, that's not good enough. What I'm telling you.
So we got to be doing something in the 2024 or 2025, huh?
Yes.
So okay, now what have y'all been doing this whole time from the whole
mind
time
own business
back
delineating?
The whole time,
that's so gritty.
What y'all been doing? Sitting on this motherfucker talking shit.
Now
what
that's
y'all
a
been
good
doing?
question. You asked
what the fuck have y'all been doing to the last 100? The last
Lex, he said y'all. He said yeah. He separated himself, man.
Exactly. He just delivered. But let me answer your question.
No. I'm saying because y'all acting like the Pan-Africanism.
I'm about to answer your question.
I can't bring up no Pan-African references. So now I'm just asking, well, goddamn, if I can't bring up nothing from the past, then shit, what y'all been doing?
I'm about to tell you.
Damn. Let's hear it. What have y'all
When
achieved?
Slavery ended, during Reconstruction, foundational Black Americans.
Wasn't no such thing.
You're playing semantics.
No, I'm not. I'm telling the truth.
That's semantics.
No, it ain't.
Pull up semantics, Ron. We gotta walk them through the class.
No. We ain't pulling up. Pull up.
We gotta walk
the term FBA.
He's been wrong all day, bro.
1800s.
So anyway,
in the 19th,
it
wasn't even in the 20th century.
Hold on, brother.
You waiting in this century talking about a term that we use to identify ourselves, and that's a lie. And I'm not gonna let you tell that lie.
All right. So how old is the term?
So he's supposed to say Negro or colored?
All right, hold. That's what I'm saying.
No matter what term it was, it wasn't FBA. I bet you that.
Well, it wasn't African American either.
How old is the term Africa?
Africa probably predates us coming to this country.
So if I can't use FBA because it wasn't a term used back then, the term Africa wasn't used back then when we was supposedly left the African continent. So why is it okay for me to still use Africa to refer to people in Africa, but I can't use a term because
that's what they identified us when they brought us from where we came from. They told us we was there.
See, that's stupid. That's semantics then, dummy.
Yeah, just like they say when you from Italy, they say you from Italy.
Let me go
when you from Germany, they say you from Germany. What the fuck
But do you understand earlier you told me I was playing semantics. Right now, you're actually making...
I'm just trying to keep this conversation on the rails. But you're trying to say like we was talking about FBA in the 1800s and we wasn't.
Yes, we was.
No, we wasn't.
Because I can show you...
pull it up then, Lex. Go ahead.
Bro,
I dare you.
Let me answer.
I bet you can't even go do on your Facebook page and show us you was talking about FBA 5 years ago.
Hold up, sir. Yes, I was talking about FBA.
Pull up your Facebook page and show us right now where you were. I know how to do it. I'll show you how to do it.
Hey, brother,
any one of you, I bet any one of y'all can't pull up y'all Facebook page right now. Go back 6 years talking about you was talking about some FBA.
The term, the specific term.
I'm talking about you. Bro. I ain't talking about Go ahead. Now y'all want to talk about semantics.
So listen, because earlier, when I said, you said you're using semantics, and you didn't even use that out of place. But that's actually what you're doing now, because the term
so you using it the correct way, right?
The term foundational Black American.
Let me guess. Lex is using it the correct way.
Yes.
Oh, that's wild. Because you finna read the definition.
Because the term foundational Black American is actually synonymous with African American in terms of who the people is referring to. So to argue about to argue about the term, that is literally called a semantical argument. But to answer your question before you interrupted me, Frederick Douglass said that our bones and sinews, that we know nothing about African, that we are American made. So he was talking FBA shit. And it wasn't just Frederick Douglass. Now let me get back to what we was doing.
Like Frederick Douglass is the end all be all.
You said nobody. Garvey had this. Bro, put him in the back, bro. See the joke.
I'm just telling the truth. Him and Garvey.
That's not. You can't just jump.
So you just
hold up, bro. You can't say it wasn't just Frederick Douglass. You can't say that. Oh, you make the argument that the term FBA wasn't used, but the same rhetoric was being used.
What rhetoric?
So that's why. And so it's not just FBA. If you go look at even the American Colonization Society, when Black people had a meeting, I believe it was in Philadelphia, about whether to go back to Africa, and 99.9% of them said, we are American. They actually have a letter. You can pull it up.
That's true.
That says you want to send us back to Africa because you're trying to take our property and protect the shit that we have.
Right.
Now, going back to what you asked, what were we doing? We had over 20 million, and I think that's a low number, acres of land after Reconstruction. We became relevant in the Republican Party. We took
What about the Freedmen Bank?
We opened up the Freedmen's Bank. We built towns. Not only that, then they came in, sabotaged us, came with the Klan shit. You know what I'm saying?
Why they do that?
To stop us from voting and all types. So then they put in the Jim Crow
Why
law.
was they doing all this?
So now we had to fight through Jim Crow all the way up to the civil rights. This is what the fuck we was doing, nigga. And now we went through the civil, our people was fighting. That's what we was doing. And you know what? Where we was fighting in? The political arena. You see, what happened with the Pan-African shit is they took us away from the real politics that our ancestors was all about. Our ancestors was all about the politics, nigga. And that's what the civil rights movement was all about. And it was even niggas then. It was even niggas then that was trying to get us out. Because I was one of them niggas. You a coon if you get into politics. Not knowing that, nigga, everywhere we got was through the political arena. So that's what we was doing.
This don't got nothing to do with this term y'all talking about.
Oh my God, bro. Like, yo,
I don't understand why you getting mad, because I'm just like all this
it does have something to do with the term, because just like in the 80s, when Jesse Jackson made the term African American popular, okay, that was cool. And now through evolution, through political...
He said it was John Henry Clark yesterday.
Political evolution.
Yeah, that's what it was. But I mean, I'm letting them talk.
Hey, listen, sir.
You see how I said,
Hey, listen,
no, hold on.
bro.
Ron did that, not me.
You see how he just... It's like, bro,
yo, that's crazy,
argue.
See, you interrupted him. I didn't say shit.
But
you said I said it was Dr. Clark yesterday, and I said I'm gonna let him talk. But yeah, I already.
But what I'm saying, bro, is you just want to debate. I'm really trying to talk to you like a human being.
That. Why you ain't mad at Ron though?
So what I'm saying, bro, is there's something called political, cultural. I know you only used to the term evolution in terms of biology, but you can see.
I'm letting you know me.
But you can see the social political evolution of our people. When we was on the plantation, we didn't have no fucking political savvy. When we got
pushing the envelope who was pushing the envelope during all this time? Like, let's get to that.
So, bro, are you even acknowledging what I'm saying to you right now?
No.
Because he ain't
Goddamn.
acknowledging what really was going on.
No, that
The
wasn't
people
the
who was
point.
pushing the damn envelope was Pan-Africans.
Oh my God.
Through
Bro.
the
So
whole
anyway,
time,
to the people
you
listening,
don't even want to fucking talk about
what
that
I'm trying,
shit. And you
you want to talk
keep trying
about
to cut
something
me
else
off
because you don't
when
want
I'm
to
telling you what the
acknowledge.
fuck was going on. Those
Brother,
are the
I don't
facts.
have no mind. I don't have a
You
problem
can't even
with
name nobody stronger than anybody that was Pan-African
James
that
is
got
like
us out of this
disrespectful
situation.
at this
You
point,
can't
bro.
do it.
Listen, I don't have a problem speaking about anything you want to. But when we're talking about something specific, you have to deal
You're trying
with
to
that.
limit me to not talk about
Hold
it,
on,
see?
bro. You have to deal with that, and then we can branch off out.
Yeah, you
So
see,
now, so what I'm trying to get you to recognize now is, did we go through a social political evolution?
Did we go through that?
Yes.
We are dealing with a whole different
Nigga,
country.
that's a simple. You
We're
know what,
dealing, no,
Ron?
yeah, we're dealing with a whole
You got it,
different
bro.
country from everybody else on the planet.
I can't
We're in
take
America. So our
God damn,
circumstances
bro.
are different from
This
everybody
nigga,
else.
that's how you
You
know a
can't,
nigga.
so you mad
not
about that
not
answer?
FBA,
So
bro.
that answer right
You
there.
I
gotta
told you he
be a
wasn't.
goddamn.
Hold up, you
because he
mad
answers
about that
questions the
answer
same way.
that America
Ron,
is a
let me
totally
ask you.
different entity
Now
than
watch
any
how
other place
easy
on the
this goes. Ron, did we go through a social political evolution in this country?
Yes, we did.
Now, if a nigga gotta explain that, you're a fucking liar, bro. You're a grifter.
No, this America is totally different from Canada. America is totally
that's why we
different from
can't get
Mexico.
nowhere.
It's totally
now
different
that
from
we know,
it's totally different from
so
the island.
the reason why I
So
brought that up for the people listening,
America's
shut up, bro.
circumstances
Please
are
shut
different
up.
from everybody
The
else.
reason why I brought up the social political evolution is because that means that you can't complain about FBA because it's a new term, because we was colored, we was Negro, we was niggers, African American. And so when I tell you there's a social political evolution, we can look back in hindsight at all those terms and see where they failed. And then when you look up the word
you ain't told me that yet.
bro. So then when you look up and we can see how important these terms play politically, someone like Tariq can look and say, wait a minute, we need to actually really, according to the definition of delineation, precisely describe our lineage so it doesn't get mixed up politically or culturally. That's called evolution. We have the right to do that. And guess what? 100 years from now, we can say, you know what? Maybe we fucked up with the black part or something or whatever. And we can change it again if we fucking want to collectively.
Yeah, but you in a minority on this.
Oh my God. See your answer?
No, I'm just telling you, like, so I can't say shit, huh? That what you saying? Are you saying I can't say nothing?
No, I'm saying that you're saying disingenuous shit.
No, I'm just telling you the facts. That shit y'all talking about is a fringe movement that started by Tariq Nasheed. Now, if I was to tell you something,
it wasn't
okay.
Started.
Now listen. Okay,
it
hold on.
Wasn't started.
Hold on, because yeah, you got the ADOS, you got the Bet Cardinal. I know about that.
You're lying
but they wasn't
again.
using FBA. They were using a whole other term.
Yeah, but you're lying again.
Because so it didn't start with the Tariq, is what you saying?
No, because I just told you Frederick Douglass described the same thing.
No, I'm talking about the term.
Not
no. Let's be clear.
Listen, goddamn.
I'm talking about, so you saying Frederick, hold up, you saying Frederick Douglass said we was foundational Black America.
Yes.
Okay, pull that up.
What I'm saying to you.
No, don't say nothing else.
No, listen, you got to get this understanding though.
No, I don't need another understanding. They see, you say when you explain, it ain't no need to explain.
It's not but in this
it ain't no need to explain. Then pull it up.
All right, hey, could you pull up the quote with Frederick Douglass talking about how we're
No,
American?
I want to hear him use the term foundational Black America.
That's why I say. Listen, bro.
Pull that up.
That's why I just ran through the social political evolution. We have been under different terms, but the rhetoric connected to the term FBA was used even back in the late 1800s. So you can argue that the term
so we
is
never
new.
agreed on African Americans.
So listen, bro.
That never happened.
Bro, I just told you we have a social political evolution.
So did we not agree on African American at one point? Yes or no?
At one point, it became a consensus. Yeah.
We agreed upon that, right?
At one point, it became a consensus.
How did it become a consensus? That means everybody agreed,
because
right?
it just was used and it was accepted. But it wasn't like
well,
FBA.
you do know that the think tank for that was Dr. Clark, right? But hold up, you know the think tank for that was Dr. Clark, they are historians, not a pimp. Hold up, you know that the think tank for that was historians, African American historians.
All right, what is your point though? Because even
so what I'm saying is, I would rather listen to an African American historian than somebody that's like
hold on,
just
even if we agreed on it. Hold up, brother. Even if if we said we agreed on it, that don't mean that it didn't need correction, right?
Okay, now, and I've been asking you for probably 2 hours now. What was the need for the correction in the term? African American. Wow. Okay, delineation. Well, okay, but get more specific than that. What was the need for to change the term from African American?
How can
why
you
was
get
that term?
more,
What's bad about that term? Why is it needed to be changed?
How can you get more specific than delineation?
Right. So you're not gonna tell me, huh?
Delineation means to describe something precisely. So the reason why
African American wasn't precise enough, right?
Exactly, and it was
okay. Now, why wasn't? Why now? Let me begin somewhere. Why isn't that precise enough?
Because it's inclusive to many others that are not from this specific lineage.
Like who?
Like Elon Musk.
No, Elon Musk is not an African American.
Like
European.
Like if I forget Elon.
So you saying
I forget Elon.
Who make
bro,
these? Who make? Hold on, no, you can't keep cutting me off. Let's slow down. No. We're not gonna keep doing this. You keep cutting me off.
No, because I don't want to argue.
Who said
that
Elon Musk was an African American? Who said that shit?
All right, brother. I just said I'll cancel that. So, because I don't want to get into your babbling distraction. Now, listen. If a Nigerian comes over here tomorrow, and has a baby, the next day, what is that baby?
He's an African that was born in America.
Is it an African American?
He's an African that's born in America.
Can he be classified as an African American?
Yes, based on his birth certificate.
All right.
That's American law, though. We didn't make that law. Okay, stop. Do we make law in America? Do African Americans make law in America? Yes or no? No. No, answer the question. Do African Americans make law in America? Do African Americans make the laws in America?
Before I answer that, I'm still dealing with your first fucking question.
You asked me the question. Remember?
You said what was the need? Hey, do you remember his question, Ron?
That don't got shit to do. That don't got shit to do with the term, though. What you talking about ain't got shit to do with the term. I told you he would be an African born in America. Then you asked me on a legal basis, would he be an African American? And I told you yes, based on American law. And I pointed out to you that African Americans don't make American law. Now what?
Okay, let's move on.
Why did I even talk about that and give that example?
I don't know why you did that dumb shit.
You don't know why? Because you asked me. When you said African American, you said, and I said, and you said why? And I said we need it. And we said we need it, and I said we needed a more precise. You said, well, why? What was the need? And then
you gave that dumbass excuse.
And then I said African was inclusive, and then I used Elon Musk. And since you wanted to be stupid and distract, I said, okay, let that go. And so let's just use a real African. Now, that African who comes to America and has a child that was born the next day is now an African American. But he's
based
not
on law.
But nigga, what are you African American based on?
It's based on me being born here through a whole bunch of other shit. Now he just the first generational type of motherfucker. So you can't be but you mad? Hold up, you mad at him because of that?
Hey, yo, listen. This
what you saying?
No, bro, listen. What does it got to do with anything with being
you
mad?
hating on somebody that went through the same process as you, huh?
So the point I was making is now that dude is in the same category as me and your children.
What's the problem with that?
He's not connected to the lineage.
He's gonna be if he stays.
Hold on, bro.
But watch this. When he get about 10, he's gonna be talking just like us.
Bro, you asked me a question. He's not connected to the lineage, the culture, or the struggle. His parents, bro, god damn, man. His parents have a different set of values and culture. His parents don't come from the lineage.
Right.
So now this dude can grow up being a proud Nigerian. He can grow up with hatred toward African American and yet be classified as an African American, fill out an application as an African American, run for office as an African American, and have and could be a Nigerian fucking national.
That's wild.
How is that wild?
Because you saying something about somebody that joined the politics of America.
Right. And they can join the politics, but he can have his father's politics in his head.
If he's in America, he ain't finna have nothing but American politics, and he gonna get his ass out of there. What are you talking about?
Bro, we have people that will tell you right now, the brother just played the comedian earlier, what's his name, that told you.
Those are clowns. That's what I'm trying to tell you about it, Tariq Nasheed. I'd rather listen to a historian over a clown. I was trying to be honest.
How can you listen to a historian, though?
Yeah, Dr. John Henry Clark is an historian.
So Dr. John Henry Clark knows more about what African parents teach their children than that guy who has African parents? That has nothing to do with history and scholarship.
No, we're not talking about that. I was talking about why we should use the term African American.
No, you just see how you just tried to fucking confuse yourself? Were you following the conversation about the dude who was born here and we're talking about why we need delineation? You said he was born in America or whatever.
That's based on American law.
So what I'm telling you, yeah, and so can he have a different political and cultural outlook than...
Depends on how he grew up. But if he grew up in America, he's gonna have African American friends. We got people in the NFL with all type of African names.
I don't know why you allowing this.
You got the first take that guy Acho.
Like it's really getting to the point.
His parents is from Africa. That
you just
talk just like
it's
us.
like, bro,
you can't tell me that he talk like he from Africa.
Because I actually care.
So now you mad because
I'm not trying to win a conversation with this idiot. I actually care about that's what's aggravating.
Yeah, because I'm bringing up modern references to what you're talking about.
Every time we get to a point, you
saying Acho ain't an African American?
He's gonna troll himself out of it.
Yeah, you just deflect.
So Acho ain't an African American, Lex.
What?
The dude on First Take to be on the sports talk show. You would never know. So what about Styles P?
What they gotta do?
He ain't an African American. You know his parents.
Like this,
you know his parents is hold up. Styles P from the Lux. You know his parents.
Nigga, you just ignored the scenario I gave you about the kid.
No, I'm talking about somebody who got some continental parents that grew up here in America.
Yeah, and we have them out here now talking shit on the internet about us.
Remember that, but one person don't represent you. Okay, let's use Busta. Let's use Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes said that Jamaicans created hip hop. Hold on, Busta Rhymes said that the Jamaicans created hip hop. Fat Joe saying a whole bunch of wild shit. Now watch this. Who the fuck fault is this? That they going around saying this wild ass shit?
It was the fact that we wasn't delineated. That's why they
No. That shit, why do you keep saying that weird ass shit? You don't want to accept responsibility?
Because they were into
so this shit about dodging responsibility, huh?
Bro, you're right.
We're gonna change our name so we ain't gotta accept no responsibility
bro, I'm
for what the fuck going on.
Agree with you on this point that you're saying, but let you know where you're falling short in the point. Can I do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
We take responsibility, and that's why we're responding the way we are.
So we need a name change to do that.
Yes.
No, you don't.
All right, is Busta Rhymes black?
So is Jamaicans African Americans? Hold on. Slow down. Jamaicans African American.
We're sticking right here.
No, we finna do this. Is the Jamaican or African American? Slow down.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So is the Cuban American? Hold on, is the Cuban African American?
You do not run, bro.
That's crazy. You don't want to answer no questions now.
You said we don't.
So see how we do. We separated them out when they started talking shit.
Hold up, listen.
And we checked them. Like, hell no, this shit ain't y'all shit.
Listen.
But we ain't got to change our name to do that shit.
I'm going to tell you why.
I'm an African American. I can tell Fat Joe And Busta Rhymes, that's some bullshit y'all talking about. Y'all ain't no motherfucking African Americans, and y'all ain't created. I don't need to change my name to do that, homie.
I'm gonna tell you.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why you can't.
I can't. So you saying I can't do that? Why not?
I'm about to tell you. If you calm your tethering, babbling ass mouth down 1 second. Is Busta Rhymes black?
Yeah.
That's why we have to change the name. Because he can speak.
No.
Wait,
Slow
bro,
down.
I'm not done.
Busta Rhymes was talking about Jamaicans creating
I am
hip-hop.
not telling you my answer. Have some fucking decorum, bro. I respect you, brother.
Wait.
Busta Rhymes is black. Fat Joe is black.
No, he ain't.
So anyway. So the reason why we have to change the name because they can speak as black people. Even though Busta Rhymes Jamaican, as just saying black culture or hip hop is black, Busta Rhymes is black. According to the whole lump everybody in the black conversation. But he's Jamaican. And so he's able to be one of us, but be a Jamaican too. That's why we need to change the name. Because they can be black and we can't be black. I can't be black and go to Jamaica and speak on Jamaican music.
Right.
See what I'm saying? I can't go to Jamaica and give my opinion about reggae and say, well, you know, black people, we invented reggae. Because I'm Jamaican and black.
Stop. Why the fuck would you want to do some dumb shit like that? We created hip-hop. So we created hip-hop, R&B. We created blues.
Ron, put him in the back.
We go through. We went through our lexicon.
Mute him for 1 second. Mute him for 1 second. He doesn't understand the question he just asked. Why would I want to go to Jamaica and do some dumb shit like that?
Right.
So why the fuck would they come to America
and do some dumb shit like
that?
Because hip-hop was so
black,
prominent
because
everybody
black,
tried to steal some
and we
shit
allowed
like
them
that.
To take
so you saying this the first time somebody tried to steal something from us?
Under the name, but go ahead, Ron. This nigga.
Is this the first time somebody tried to steal something from African people?
Pan, Smiles got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
My man was describing this shit correct though. To Pan-African James, do you not see the reason why there's a necessity for a new ethnonym, a different ethnic identity, a different term for our ethnic identity due to the confusion where when Black people that are foreign immigrate here and then they have kids here, people end up confusing their kids for members of our ethnic group. Even though they're born here, no matter what they do, they will never become a member of our ethnic group because they don't share our history. If you don't share the ethnicity's history, you could never become a member of that ethnic group. If I immigrate to Jamaica and have kids there, I will never become.
Maybe 500 years from now, they'll be able to claim our group after, you know what I'm saying? After they go through the ethnogenesis.
Yeah, but they would. Nah, it still wouldn't work in that way. You still
can't do that, bro. You can't do that because then you're gonna make us hypocrites. They're here and they're making babies with us for 500 years.
Yeah, if they're making babies with us,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when Africans come here, and Caribbeans come
making babies, they ain't going through no ethnogenesis though, bro.
Let me get my shit off real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
When Africans and Caribbeans come here, they generally reproduce with themselves still, the same way we do. That said, Busta Rhymes was born here. He's not a member of our ethnicity. He never will be. His kids were born here. They're never going to be members of our ethnicity because in order to be an ethnicity, you have to share a culture and a history together. They don't share our culture and our history together. They may have been acculturated by us, but they don't share our culture and our history. They're never going to. And so the reason that we needed this ethnic delineation to take place is because of the confusion that was set about when we didn't make a clear distinction from the outset. For most of our history, it's just been black and white. So we've just looked at things from a racial lens But now that we're coming into this new reality, we have to stare at things from an ethnic lens. So it's completely different.
Right, we're evolving, bro.
So hold on. So y'all saying Busta Rhymes is not an African American?
He's not I don't know what an African American is. You got to give me your definition. Because if you're saying me and you that went through U.S. slavery,
No, nigga, he claimed. No, hold up. It's simple. Ask him, nigga. He's Jamaican.
No. Let me slow down
Bro,
because
how
I think
you gonna? That's the same thing they did with Drake. Nigga, he identifies as a Jamaican.
I hold up. Just because Busta Rhymes is illiterate about hip hop, don't mean that he's motherfucking not an African American.
James,
that shit. That don't see how the fuck that shit works. It's like Fat Joe is a Puerto Rican American, whatever he is, a Cuban American.
But that gives him the ability to speak on
about
it.
hip hop, but
he shouldn't even have the ability to speak on it. That's my point.
Holy FBA. Let me talk to Pan-African James real quick.
My fault.
I want to understand. I want to bring him into an understanding if he doesn't understand, or I want to see what it is that he's trying to communicate. Pan-African James, can you distinguish Busta Rhymes from the rest of us that's on this panel right now, or are we all one and the same?
Well, I can't. Based on if he was on this panel right now and he was talking, I wouldn't be able to distinguish him from nobody.
No, that's not my question to you. Can you distinguish him? Not through him.
You talking about if I looked at him?
No, ethnically. You know what an ethnicity is, right?
Well, if you're talking about the way ethnically he talks like he's an American, and he
not what he talks like.
Yo, holy FBA. Let me just talk.
He don't. I didn't even know the man was a Jamaican until this shit.
Pan-African James, do you know what an ethnic group is?
Well, an ethnic group to me is somebody who had the same type of cultural affinities that's the same.
Okay, let me give you the definition of what an ethnic group is. It's a group of people who share the same culture and history, not just culture, not just history, culture and history. Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, Diana Ross, Mariah Carey, all of these people share the same culture and the same history. Busta Rhymes does not share the same culture and history as us. Busta Rhymes is a Jamaican.
Where was Busta Rhymes born at?
He was born in America, but he's a Jamaican American. He's not a foundational Black American. That's the new ethnonym for people that descend from Blacks that went through U.S. slavery. He has no ties to U.S. slavery. Barack Obama, he is not a FBA or a person who descends from Black people that went through U.S. slavery. He's not a part of that ethnicity. So that's what we're trying to communicate to you. There's a difference in ethnicity.
So, like I said, so y'all saying he just be acting and he really just talk like he a Jamaican and all that kind of shit.
No, he was acculturated by us the same way the Puerto Ricans in New York, they were acculturated by Blacks.
So what I'm saying, I know this.
Hold on. Do you know what acculturated means?
Yeah, that means that they sound like an assimilation off into someone else's culture. But anyway,
under the term Black, that's why I said.
Hold on. But what I'm saying though, I understand all this. Like y'all keep asking me like what stuff mean, like I'm illiterate or something. But check this out. Y'all not paying attention to how this works. No matter where someone is at, if they was born in America and they grew up in this culture and they African, they can't grow up.
They can't.
Y'all might get mad about that, but he got the same Social Security card you motherfuckers got.
Okay, so does Elon Musk. That doesn't make him the same thing ethnically as us. What I'm trying to communicate to you is this. Busta Rhymes was born here. He was around his friends that were Black. That's when he absorbed Black American culture. When he went back in his house, there was nobody communicating Black American culture.
I don't know what his parents.
The man didn't grow up in our culture. He grew up around our culture. There's a complete difference between the two.
He even said we didn't have any culture. So how could he be one of us and say we don't have no culture?
But this is what's crazy. Like y'all put so much weight into somebody that's ignorant or something.
Listen,
it's amazing.
If he was one of us,
hold on. Pan-African James, do you now though understand the difference between our ethnicities?
Yeah, I've been knowing the difference between the ethnicity.
So now, what is the name that our ethnicity is denoted as, which would distinguish us from a Jamaican American like Busta Rhymes, or a Ghanaian American or Nigerian American that immigrates here? What is the name of our ethnicity?
Well, you kind of just used it, but if
if somebody
just
give him the name. What's the
Man,
name?
shut up, Lex. He talking to me. Was he talking to you?
Yeah, but he asked you a
Explain
question,
that.
man.
Let me ask you this. Was he talking to you?
Hold on.
Was he talking to you, Lex?
Pan-African James, what is the ethnonym or the term we use to ethnically distinguish ourselves? What is that?
Okay, well, when I was growing up, this is how it went. I know
asking
y'all
you
might be
now.
a little young. Hold on, let's hold up. We
I'm
use
asking you now,
African American.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm asking you right now at this moment.
Yeah. We still use it today. We use African American. Anybody that's not an African American, hold up. Anybody that's not an African American, we delineate or we separate by where they come from. So if you from the continent of Africa, no matter what the fuck you say, you can be lying out your ass. We don't give a shit. You are a continental African. You can't sit up and come over here and try to tell us that you were. We know you was born in Africa.
James, I don't want you to
tell us that you were African American. We ain't gonna say that now.
I got you. I don't want you to run off. The reason that we're ethnically delineating ourselves from other people, the reason that we're using FBA now instead of African American is because of the confusion that corresponds with African American. Via using this new ethnonym, foundational Black American, it gives with clarity what ethnicity we're talking about when we say it. If I say an FBA is a person that descended from Black people that went through U.S. slavery, there's no more confusion about what the fucking FBA is. But if you say African American, there's confusion because Barack Obama is an African American. Elon Musk can be confused with African American. He's from South Africa, so he's an African, and he's in America. He's an African American.
That's under somebody else's context, X.
Yeah, but
this is just because somebody else say something that make it a fact. Hold on, I just want to know how this works.
I got you.
If somebody else say something, does it make it a fact?
Immigrates here is an African. You said that a person that.
So I can be European. Then I could be a European if I'm born. Hold on.
You said that's an African American. So what I'm trying to communicate to you, now that you know that foundational Black American is a person that descends from Black people that went through U.S. slavery, obviously we need a term to distinguish those two people. We can't keep doing the same thing because
continental African.
Yeah, but his child that was born here, you said is an African American.
Okay, hold on. That's a whole different context. We're talking about first we talking about that.
He ain't gonna get it.
You're talking about what happens when somebody is born. See, that's the thing. We didn't make these rules, and they trying to change these rules with the anchor baby and changing all of these rules.
Because we keep trying to communicate the same thing to you, but it's like it's going over your head.
He knows exactly what you're saying. He's not.
You understood what an ethnicity was.
He knows what you're saying, bro.
I don't think he does, bro. I think
I'm telling you,
y'all don't understand what I'm saying.
He knows exactly
what I'm saying.
This
ain't y'all country to decide how this shit works.
Nigga, you can't. But he listen. This is what he's saying. He's saying, in other words, hey, Pan-African James, you're saying just because someone says something don't make it. But in the context of politics, you can't change that either. You can't change what's on paper. You can't change the fact that someone can be labeled an African American and enter the political arena and run for office or get school loans or get things that were set aside by African Americans and have a different agenda. So even if you say it's hearsay, nigga, on paper and in law and in business and in politics, we still got to deal with it.
Okay, so let's do this. We talk about politics, right? So how many people?
Hold on. Let me just play this. Let me play this one video over here. Right. I think this is gonna give everybody a visual of what you're communicating to Pan-African James, because these are a mixture of foundation Black Americans, Jamaicans, and Africans, and they're gonna attempt to call themselves African American, and watch how confused they are. And they're gonna listen.
And that's why we're trying to communicate to Pan-African James.
Listen, so he could hear for himself.
Politics of these things, but you would say, you say African American. Yeah. What's that mean for you?
She's Nigerian.
It just means that, like me, I know a lot of people, like African Americans in general, like Black people, say they're African American, and that always confuses me sometimes.
That confuses her, Pan-African James.
She's a kid.
Okay, no, but she's confused. God. Okay, let's go on.
I can
just listen. All right, let's listen. That's too late. Let's listen. She's
in
old.
general, like black people say they're African American, and like that always confuses me. Sometimes it's like, well, are you really African American, or are you just like black? Like, of course, there's this like long line of ancestry where people who are born in America and are black are, I guess, because of slavery and that long line of ancestry, are considered African American. But I feel like for me, it should be more like a direct or more recent link.
Yeah.
So therefore, black people in America aren't technically really African American. Yeah. Like, it's really weird.
She's confused and it's really weird to her.
I can help her.
And she's right.
No,
she's right. Because she's
a continental
an African American.
No, she's not. She's a continental African. And
she's an African American.
Hold on, where's she from?
An African that's in America would be an African.
She's from Nigeria.
So okay, so is it anything wrong with us saying that she's a continental African? Hold on.
What if she was born?
Anything wrong with? She's confused. She's young. So if we told her she's actually a continental African based on her being from the continent, would that be a wrong thing to tell her?
She knows that.
What if she's born here? What is she then? If she's born here, but her parents are from Nigeria, what is she then?
If she's born here based on her birth certificate, she could technically say she's an African American.
That's the confusion.
Now, yes, FBA James, hold on. Now, is she the same
law
thing?
Though. I mean, y'all can't fight with me on law.
Pan-African James, the question I'm asking you is she the same thing as because she's born here? Yes or no?
Well, no, she's not the same as far as having a historical background, but she's an African and she was born in America, and that's what she would have to check as far as her box. I wouldn't be mad at her. That would be just an addition, because we know that they
dude is rambling.
Yeah, this dude's
hold on, we know that they restrict Africans from coming.
She's not. Is she the same thing ethnically as us? That's the question that we'll keep asking you. Is she the same thing ethnically as us? Keep asking the same question. Is she the same ethnically as us?
Well, she will if she talks like she's from America and stuff like that. Yeah.
No,
she has the same culture.
You cannot switch ethnicities, Pan-African. This is what we keep trying to stress to you. You can't switch that.
So hold on. Maybe I'm tripping. Let's do this. Okay, let's just okay. What's the difference between Patrick Mahomes' daddy, then Patrick Mahomes, and then his children right now?
He's tripping.
Look. I don't know. I
want to know what's the difference between that.
Hold on. Wait, second video.
Yeah, Pan-African James doesn't understand ethnicity. But go ahead.
No, he does. He's just a liar.
Hold on.
I'm telling you, he's not a liar. He's ignorant. Or maybe stupid.
Bro, I know this man. This man is well studied, bro.
Second video.
We talk about genetics. He knows what the fuck we talking about. He's just a liar. I'm telling you, bro.
This is a Haitian woman.
Him about genetics, because I know genetics, and he doesn't seem like he would.
Bro, this man debates Ethnonym on genetics and fucking migrations and haplogroups.
Yeah, I'm not intelligent. I don't know nothing about no haplogroups and shit. He making shit up. So if this guy debating him on it, it's no way he knows.
That's what I'm telling you. Let me talk to my brother, real brother. What I'm trying to tell you is, I know you're trying to reach him, and you think that's what I was thinking. I'm like, we're trying to connect with him and actually tell him what we're saying. He knows what we're saying. Mm-hmm. He's just denying it, bro. He knows it. He knows exactly. He knows. You didn't clearly define to him what an ethnic group was. You asked him if that child was born here, would she be of the same ethnic group? The nigga said, well, if she talk like, he know that's not what a fucking ethnic group is, because somebody talks some fucking slang or something. So he's just being an asshole. He should be paying asshole James. That's what's going on here, bro.
Holy FBA, I don't think that my man, like, from what I'm assessing, from analyzing the way he speaks, I really don't think that he's processing the shit all the way through.
I know, but I'm telling you, he is, bro. He is. He knows. You don't think he knows what an ethnic group is?
No, I don't. Even after we just explained it to him, I really don't think, like. And
bro, he knows. They just don't want to accept their own lineage and give up Pan-Africanism, bro. And what's really going on, I explained, they're threatened by FBA because for some reason in their head, and this all goes back to Tariq. I'm telling you, no matter how much you explain, them niggas hate Tariq and because Tariq's the one who
Nah, I ain't got
coined
nothing to
it,
do with it. I just don't
and
think we
because
have a need.
Tariq's the one who coined it, they see FBA as like another group, like the Moors, the Israelites, and we keep trying to tell them we're just talking about the
Ethnic
lineage
identity.
here,
Yeah,
and
it's
they
an
don't
ethnic
want to accept the
identity.
lineage because if they take
Yeah,
African,
ADOS, all that shit is the
because
same, bro.
if they take
Yeah, well,
if we take African out of our name, they see that as some type
Offensive.
yes,
It
hate towards
is. It's very
Africa
offensive.
because they're fucking
it's
Ancestrally offensive.
because they're politically stupid and
No, it's
tribe driven.
ancestrally
In other
offensive. That's what it
words,
is.
what I'm trying to tell you, Pan-Africans, they're rolling with Africa. They will kill you over Africa.
No, no, that ain't the Pan-Africans ain't into that.
Them niggas consider themselves more Nigerian than American, bro.
No, we just calling out
See
y'all
what I'm saying?
trying to separate
if
us
we
from
all had
other
on
African
jerseys,
people.
put it like this, bro.
Now hold
We
on,
got on an American jersey.
Y'all want to argue with the
Them
Jamaicans,
niggas
the
got
Haitians,
on a
everybody. Y'all
Nigerian.
arguing with
Hold on,
everybody.
brother. Damn. Them
Yeah,
niggas got on a Nigerian jersey, bro. So whatever you say is going against their team.
Yeah.
He knows what you're saying, but I'm
Team
gonna
Africa.
that, bro.
There's something wrong with Team Africa.
Let me talk to Pan-African James real
That's
quick.
crazy. So you ain't Team Africa, huh?
Pan-African James, is there a difference between Jamaicans and Haitians, or are they just the same thing?
There's a difference between Jamaicans and Haitians.
Is there a difference? Okay, now ethnically, right? There's a difference ethnically, culturally, and historically.
No, because ethnically they still kind of Africans.
And there's no such thing as African. That's an ethnic group called African. There's no such thing. There's no such thing.
All of that is encompassed off in it. You have to have some racial or ethnic. You got to have some type of racial genetic ties to this.
There's no such thing as racial genetic ties. Race and genetic.
Yeah, it is. Why you think they called us African Americans? Why you think we on this damn line talking about this? This all stems back from that. I don't know why. See, but y'all want to deny that we came from Africa. All that type of wild shit.
No, we don't. I never did.
Where what y'all on?
Hold on.
I don't want to have nothing to do with Africa on the cool.
FBA, hold on 1 second. Let me talk to Pan-African James. Pan-African James. Black Americans are genetically composed of 75% sub-Saharan African DNA and 25% European DNA on average. So there's no denial in what our genetic makeup is. We're talking our culture and historical distinction from other people in this world. The term that we're using today is not African American because of the confusion. The term that we're using today generally is not Black American because of the confusion. The term that we settled on is foundational Black American because what happens when that, well, you didn't. What happens when that, because everybody didn't settle on African American, did they? When Jesse Jackson brought that shit out, everybody knew. My grandmother don't call us.
Okay, what was we before that? What did they agree with?
Black Americans, and before we was that, we was Negroes. I know the history of our ethnic group. Trust me.
Alert.
We was not.
Mulatto.
Yes, we had a bunch of different terms. Today, the term that we're moving forward using to distinguish ourselves from all other Black people is foundational Black American, because what that does is it delineates us from Black people that are born here but are not of our ethnic lineage.
Well, hold on. Lex told me I can't use that word in that context, so you can't either.
You can't use what word?
Don't worry about it. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
What word?
When I said that we was the African Americans would delineate from other people in Americas, you said I couldn't use it in that way. He just did the exact same thing, and you didn't object. But go ahead.
No, he didn't do
this.
Yes, he did. The term foundation.
I can't hear. I don't know what it means anyway. Go ahead.
What?
FBA is an ethnic identity, and you know, an ethnonym is the name of an ethnic group. Before we was using FBA, we were using African American. Before the African American ethnonym, we were using Black American. Before the Black American ethnonym, we were using Negro. Before the Negro ethnonym, we were using colored. It's gone through an evolution. Today, the social evolution has taken us to foundational Black American, because we can clearly see the confusion that's come about with the term African American. It's all encompassing, and that is a problem because that does not give us our rightful place in history and in today's space and time. It blends us with everyone else when everyone else is not the same thing as us. Today, the United States Black population is composed 80% foundational Black American, and then you have 10% from the Caribbean and 10% from Africa. We need to know who we are to distinguish ourselves from everyone else. That is important.
You just did it right then.
But you just said you're not accepting that.
No, I'm talking about we already know we African Americans. We know they continental Africans, and we know they're Caribbean Africans.
You didn't know that.
What's the problem?
The problem is that when they have kids that are born here, you're saying that they're the same thing.
When the child is born here, sorry to tell you, just like a Mexican. If a Mexicans bring that's why they're trying to change the law. Y'all know that, right? This ain't it ain't just you.
Hold
on, slow down. Let's be clear. This just ain't about you. They call them anchor babies. If you come to America and you have a baby in America, the law tells you that baby is an American citizen, no matter what, right?
I'm biased.
No matter what race it is, right?
He doesn't have that level of intelligence to understand.
Hold on, am I making that up?
Nah, but you're not understanding what I'm telling you. Like I'm going in circles with you instead of reaching.
You're not acknowledging what I'm telling you.
You don't understand what an ethnic group is after I explain it.
Yes, I do. An ethnic group has everything to do with genetics, religion, and all of that. Culture, all of that shit. Ancestry. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It's a group that shares the same culture and history. That's it. Just the same culture and history. That's what an ethnic group is. You share the same culture and history.
You do genetics too.
No, it doesn't work like.
So you saying a white person can be FBA?
No, you have to share the same culture.
So you have to have the same genetics too. A white person can't be a FBA.
It doesn't take into account your genetics. That's just a default.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about? Why? Take the word black out of it, then.
You're not listening to what I'm telling you right now. It's like the shit is going over your head.
No, because you're not taking to listen to what I'm saying. Genetics is definitely included. I
don't think you know what you're saying. You're saying things, but you're not saying anything.
Okay, so you saying genetics ain't included?
I said that earlier. I said he just be saying
genetics is not included in ethnicity, right?
You're talking, but you're not saying anything.
Look at the screen.
I just told you that a person that is born here, whose parent is from Nigeria, even though Barack Obama is not the same ethnic group as you and me, if you descend from Black people that came from U.S. slavery, Barack Obama doesn't descend from that. It doesn't matter how much time he spends over here being acculturated by us. He will never be a member of our ethnicity. There's nothing he can do to change that. I told you that about 5 times already, and you still keep telling me if their children are born here.
So you saying being an ethnic group is based on time?
No, I'm telling you it's based on the culture and history that you share. Barack Obama doesn't
That's
share.
That's what I said. So how long does that take for somebody to do that?
You're talking generations, but it's never going to happen.
So you can't do that. So somebody can't come out the womb and be an American based on being around this culture.
American, they can't be a foundational Black American. There's the difference. The term America houses a bunch of different ethnic groups.
Well, okay, let me tell you where we split at, X, right here. I'm gonna simplify this for everybody. This is where we split at. If they parents come from the continent,
yeah,
and they trying to say that they're an American, or even if they brought a baby with them. And that baby was born in Africa. Hold on, let me say what I'm saying here. Let me preface exactly what I mean.
I want you to focus on the baby that's born here from foreign parents.
No. Let me break this all the way down so you can understand it.
Hey, Pan.
I'm a whole Pan-African to that because that's what he's getting confused at.
Hey, Pan, hold on. X, hold on.
That's born here.
X, I found him on Smash Rockville panel. Over there as a moderator.
You found this guy on the Smash Rockville panel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm going in circles. He reminded me of Unc a little bit.
No, don't ever in your life compare me to Unc. Trust me. Let me say what I was fixing to say real quick. Okay, no, it's not because this is important. I want to say what I want to say. Okay, so African American, hold on. I mean, an African that was from the continent. If it came over here, it's a continental African. If it has a baby with it, when it comes, that baby is a continental African.
What if it has a baby here? What is that baby?
Okay, now slow down. We going through this. Can you be patient? Now, even if that baby grew up and started talking like us, I don't give a damn what it says. It's still a continental African because it was born on the continent.
Okay.
Now hold on. If an African couple comes to the Americas and then they have a baby in America, that baby, and I'm sorry to tell you, is an African American.
Okay,
and I know you ain't going now. Am I saying that he got the same experience that we got from way back in the time? No. But I'm talking about based on how the law works in America. That's what that is, bro. There ain't no need for us to argue about that.
That's actually not how the law works. You're wrong on that. The law don't work like that.
Baby?
An anchor baby is someone, baby that's born here through illegal parents. Yeah, so that's not what we're talking about. When you said the law works, that makes them an African American. The law doesn't make anyone an African American. There's nowhere in the law that a person is an African American. It doesn't work like that.
So on your birth certificate, what do it got?
It got whatever the person put down.
They ain't got no sections in there to ask you if you're European, Indian, and ain't no something you can check on there when you're born.
Yeah, you get to put down what you want to put down, but that doesn't.
I didn't know that. My bad. I thought I had about 3 kids, but go ahead.
What the fuck? Suppose you had
I
a
signed
kid,
the
right?
birth certificate before is what I'm saying. I know what's
Do
on.
you know that kid is yours?
Yeah.
How you know that? You took a DNA test?
No, I don't really have to do that. When something come out looking directly like you, if something came out looking just like you, you have to take a DNA test.
Yes, I would. Pan-African James, you do not know. You believe that, and you have to
trust me. That's them is my keys. Trust me.
Pan-African James, only through science can you come to know things like that. There's no other way. So you don't know. You have a strong
I got what
belief.
you're saying. If you talking about that, to be for sure, I would take a DNA test. But I'm talking about when you start to see phenotypical features, because DNA is recent. But when you start looking at the phenotypical features, that's kind of how you do it. I mean, if you look at my kids,
Yeah, he was holding to DNA earlier with the haplogroups.
You're not going to be able to deny that those are my children. I can get them to take a DNA test, and we can figure this out.
Okay, but I didn't want to go into that. I just wanted to show you that with a birth certificate, anybody can sign that damn paper. That don't make you the
That's
daddy.
true.
Like
You're definitely right about that. Correct.
Anybody can put African American. That don't make them that. The point I'm trying to get across to you is this: if a person is from Africa and they have a kid in America, that kid is not ethnically the same thing as us. The term African American has been hijacked. Because of its hijacking, we no longer are going to use that term, because before, when we were using it to ethnically identify ourselves.
Is this really an issue?
Yes, it is. What do you mean?
Wow.
Is this an issue? If somebody can impersonate you, they can misrepresent you, can't they? What the fuck you mean? Why is it an issue? If somebody if a Haitian could come over here and have a kid, and then
can we look up how many people that's not born here that's in office right now, in Congress?
What is they got?
Because y'all talking about like this shit is a problem. Let's look up and see how many people that's not born in America. I know. Hold on, that Ethiopian chick. I think from Michigan. She one of them. She a Democrat. I bet y'all voted for her ass too.
Look at the Black Congressional Caucus. Are most of those people foundational Black Americans, or are those descendants of immigrants?
Nah, I don't know. I said we could look it up. That would be something we should do, since that's the problem.
James, pause for a second. Do you think that's important?
It depends.
It depends on what?
What are they stands?
How the fuck
I don't give a fuck if somebody is white. If they got the agenda that's better for our people, you would vote for them. It ain't about race at that point.
Pan-African James, do you know that Black people and white people generally vote differently? Do you know that, or do you not know that?
I don't know. I know that
are most Black people Republicans or Democrats?
They're Democrats today.
Okay, so they clearly vote different from white people, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Now, follow me. Mm-hmm. Do you think
why they do that?
Since is a bunch history and culture. Now, do you think that a person who comes over here from a foreign ethnic group, a foreign background, born to foreign parents, but they're born in the United States, do you think they think like us, or do you think they have a foreign form of thought?
I don't know.
In general, I'm asking you in general.
I don't know. I mean, I think they would have their own cultural interests if it was. I mean, if it was me.
So, exactly.
But I would be interested to know when they come over here, when are they allowed to vote? That would be the question.
If they're born here, they're allowed to vote.
Okay, I was talking about like if you wasn't born here.
No, I'm not talking about that. Pan-African James, their parents culture them into believing erroneous things about Black Americans. They tell them things like Black Americans are lazy, Black Americans are criminals. These are the things that they teach their children. Do you think that that's a problem?
I'm not sure. I don't think they have enough power to dictate what we do here.
Pan-African James, do you think that having a person within your group whom you can't distinguish because you haven't come up with ethnic terms to make those distinctions, who holds an ideology that is antithetical to your prosperity, do you think that that is a problem?
Like I said, I don't think that people from outside of this country that's black have enough power to dictate anything that happens to African Americans.
Yeah, listen
I'm
to what
just telling
saying.
you the truth. Like, what do you want me to do?
I want you to listen to what I'm saying to you and then respond to what I'm saying to you. I don't know what the fuck you're responding to, but that's not what I'm asking.
I just heard you 2 times, bro. You really got to repeat.
I don't think you heard. Listen to me. Don't hear me. Listen to me. Don't just let the words bounce off your ears. Listen to me. If a person is born in America to foreign parents who taught them an ideology that is antithetical to our ethnicity's prosperity, and they can blend in with us because they have the same phenotypical expression as us, do you think that would be a problem?
Would it be a problem if they were voting against African interests? Yes.
Against black foundational black American interests. Do you think that would be a problem? Yes.
Against any, well, I just use African. I'm sorry. I know y'all mad. Y'all might be kind of confused about that. But if they were voting against any African interest, whether in America or anywhere on the planet, that would be a bad thing.
Listen, let me use the definition instead of the word, because that's where you're getting confused at. If they vote against black people who descend from blacks that went through U.S. slavery, do you think that's a problem?
That's a problem if anybody voted against that.
Well, it's not a problem if anybody votes against it.
It is.
People are
if
gonna
anybody votes against my interest, that's bad.
But
I don't give a damn what color they is.
Would it be worse if someone was in your phenotypical representation voting against your interests and you thought
them African Americans do that shit all the time? What are you talking about?
Yes, but African American, there's a minority of them that do that.
What I was talking about. So it's even lesser than them. But just imagine what our representation is doing.
If an entire ethnic group was doing that,
but why are you worried about them when we got some actual people you could be talking about?
Because they're the big.
They ain't even on the list of the people we need to really be talking about. Though.
Yes, they are. The people that's closest to you are always going to be your biggest problem. You clean your house before you go outside. You don't go outside with a filthy house.
That's what I just said. You need to be worried about the people that's in Congress now, that's African Americans that's fucking up. But besides some fictional shit that ain't even happened yet.
Who told you they was African American? How do you know that if you never distinguished them?
I know Maxine Waters is. I can go look at their history right now, and I know the criteria for being in the Senate or something. You got to at least be an American citizen.
What about the Congressional Black Caucus? Do you know members of that? What are they?
Most of them are African Americans.
How do you know that?
Because I know how the United States laws work. What are you talking about?
What the law has nothing to do with your ethnicity. How do you know that they're descendants of blacks that went through U.S. slavery?
Man, hold on. So I don't know if it was Lex that said this, but trust me, African Americans ain't finna let no Africans come over here from the continent and usurp them in no political realm before we get a seat. That ain't happening.
Pan-African James, just stop. If they've been acculturated by us, they're going to be in our cultural representation, and they're already physically the same thing as us. So you're not going to be able to make a distinction. You would not know. This is why this is so profound and such an issue, because people can impersonate us and have our worst interests at heart. If
so when people run for office, don't they got to disclose where they from?
No, they don't.
Man, come on, X. They run through your whole history with a fine-tooth comb. In politics, that's how this works. Don't do that.
Kamala Harris. Look at Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah, they ran through her history with a fine-tooth comb.
But they distinguished her, didn't they? They were saying she wasn't black.
Yeah, they said she was an Arab. I mean, she was an Indian.
She's an Indian. Now, what if you have a person?
She was trying to play like she was an African American.
Pan-African James, what if you have a person? What if you have a person who's been acculturated by us? They represent themselves in expression like a foundational black American.
Use her. She's the perfect example. Kamala Harris. Use her.
Be quiet and listen so you can learn. If they represent themselves through our cultural expression, right? But in their hearts, they don't have our best interests at heart. Do you not think that that's a problem?
Kamala Harris was a problem. We could just use her. What's wrong with her?
Yo, I'm biased. I don't know what you're trying to do. This dude,
So
I'm
you
going in
think
circles.
it's wrong to use her as an example in real time?
I just don't think that you're ever gonna get it. Like there's a block somewhere.
I don't see what the problem with using somebody.
A Pan.
Yeah,
Pan,
there's
bro.
you can't. If I keep talking to him,
Yeah,
I'm gonna get
you know how old
frustrated.
he is, bro? You know how old he is?
He gotta be. He gotta be about
being more wiser than y'all.
Wait, hold on. You know how old he is?
I don't think you're wiser than us because we keep saying the same thing to you and you can't grasp what we're saying. How does that make you wiser than us? We keep telling you the difference between ethnicity and race, but you just keep blurring the fucking line.
No, I don't.
So okay, so what ethnic group does a person who's born to Jamaican immigrant parents, but they're born in the United States, what ethnic group are they a part of? Watch this. I bet you don't know what to say.
They would be African Americans if they're born in America. That's just it.
Now, what did I tell you? Okay, now what am I? I'm a descendant of black people that went through U.S. slavery.
You're African American too.
So I'm the same thing ethnically as them, James. Do you see where you don't make sense?
I mean, unless they don't claim that they African Americans or something.
I mean, no offense by this. You're not gonna get it. It's okay.
No, I think I get it.
You just said the same thing.
Making up shit over here.
Where are we making up things? If a person is born here, James, if a person is born here and they're black or they're from a Nigerian background, I'm not from a Nigerian background, James.
You don't know where you from.
How the fuck do I know where I'm from? I got records, dummy. What are you talking about?
You just said you don't got a Nigerian background. So how do you know that?
I said I don't have a Nigerian background.
Okay, well, what kind of background you got, D?
I'm a black American who descends from
So you never took a DNA test?
Yeah, X, look at the screen.
I'm just asking. Go ahead, Ron.
The DNA test doesn't tell you what you are ethnically.
Yeah, no, I'm just telling it'll tell you kind of like generally where you come from, though. Go ahead.
No, James, it tells you where your genetics come from. It does not tell you where you ethnically come from. I mean, it doesn't tell you what you ethnically are. That's why I told you before, you don't understand what an ethnicity is. I could tell it to you 10 times, you still wouldn't get it. I'm not trying to be offensive here. I just don't think you're ever going to grasp that. Go
ahead and read this right here.
Read what?
What he said he's going to read this or something.
He didn't ask me to read nothing.
No, I'm talking to Ron. Ron, he got something. Somebody got something on the screen.
That's me. It just shows you that it says that race, ethnicity, and nationality are not interchangeable.
Yes, they're not. But when it comes to Pan-African,
interchangeable.
No, they're not. they're distinct. They're distinctly different things. You don't get it though. You don't get it. I can keep telling you this for 10 years. You still never get it.
Let me read it real quick. Just the top. It says race, ethnicity, and nationality, and even the word African. These are not interchangeable. And when used loosely, as is often the case with Pan-Africanist James rhetoric, they create confusion that leads to identity conflicts, especially for Black Americans. ADOS, FBA.
Yeah, see, that's a prompt you put in there, though.
Yeah, but
when you prompt stuff certain ways with a computer, it'll feed out this type of garbage.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
I
know how this works.
No, you can't post ChatGPT to lie for you, dude.
Hold on. Pan-African James, tell me the difference between a race and an ethnicity.
Race is a social construct.
Again, I'm gonna say.
So that means that it's just something.
Tell me the difference between race and ethnicity. Go ahead.
Ethnicity got something to do with your cultural, language, ancestry. It says it right here, customs, all of that, etc. But see where you say right there, ancestry, that's genetics. You know that, right?
Yo, you didn't even answer would you write down what you just said?
No, I'm reading what's on the screen. You don't see?
I'm asking you from your own words. Tell me the difference between a race and an ethnicity with using your own words.
And see, and even it. I just gave you. I already told you this a whole bunch of times. It's based on genetics, your language, your culture. So, am I wrong?
Hey, watch this, unbiased. Hey, James, tell me the difference between a lion and a tiger. Watch how easy this is. Go ahead, James.
A lion don't got stripes and a tiger do. A lion got a mane and a tiger don't. A lion stays in Africa and an Asian stays in Asia. I mean, a tiger stays in Asia.
Now watch this. Now we're gonna try this with ethnicity and race. James, tell me the difference between ethnicity and race.
Ethnicity and race is the same thing. You still an African no matter where you at on this goddamn planet, and you use your history to tie you together. No matter if it's
James,
10 years or if it's
James, it's okay, James. It's okay. I just wanted
or
to
if it's
show
a million years. You
still everybody, James, that you do not understand the difference between those two things, and you prove my point. I asked you the difference.
Nah, that's just semantics that you playing, bro. You saying ancestry don't got nothing.
You do not know what semantics are. You're just using words that you heard.
So do ancestry.
I already told you. You don't know what semantics are. You're simply using a word that you heard before. You thought Uncle one time said that the Egyptians matriculated down the Nile. How the fuck would a person? But man,
why you keep muting my mic, Ron? What's up with that?
You disclosing your own.
You're just rambling, bro.
You're not muting his mic.
He
rambling too.
I'm not
talking about Egypt right now. What they got to do with what we talking?
I'm giving you an example of how a person uses the word and they don't know what it means. You're using the word semantics, but you don't know what it means. The same way Uncle used the word matriculate and he didn't know what it means.
You're using what I mean by semantics is you think that because your black ass is in America that you don't have nothing to do.
And that's
making sense. You just rambling.
That is not what
you want to delineate away from Africa. That's what it is.
Doesn't know what semantics are. He's just using a word he heard before, just like Unc.
Yeah, I said that earlier when I started. I said the dude's just saying words.
Y'all just mad because y'all wrong.
When you told me where you got Pan-African James from, I already knew the IQ that I was dealing with.
Hey, bro, I asked him what. He kept using the word colonialism. I asked him to explain it. He didn't know what it. He couldn't define it.
I did define it.
No, Nathan, you were wrong, bro.
James,
I asked him.
You don't get paid in a colonial situation, and if you do, it's very.
We just saw Nigerians got paid. The dude's just an idiot, bro.
I asked him what was the difference between a tiger and a lion. He described it to me perfectly. I asked him what's the difference between an ethnic group and a race. This nigga said it's the same thing prior trying to distinguish them and failing to do so. This is what I'm saying. You don't know what you're talking about, James, and it's no offense to you. I'm not calling you stupid or nothing like that, but you lack sense in these particular subjects. You don't know what you're talking about.
So you saying that color don't got nothing to do with color. Did y'all say that?
I'm saying that what?
You saying that color or nothing don't have nothing to do with ethnic groups?
No, James, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
I told you a white person can be a black person. Cool.
I'm going to tell you one more. You're creating straw man arguments.
They can be FBA.
Don't he remind you of the way he argues? He creates straw man arguments.
Yeah, no, I'm just listening to what y'all saying. Y'all saying that genetics don't got shit to do with being an FBA. Matter of fact.
Yeah, that's one of the dumbest people I talked to all year, man.
How y'all FBA and y'all got African DNA?
What about being FBA means that you can't
why
have
the fuck
African
why y'all even got the shit? I wish y'all didn't even have it. Then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Because that's the only reason we having this conversation, because y'all got African DNA.
James, what about being FBA means you can't have African DNA?
Because y'all are trying to disrespect anybody that has other than y'all that has African DNA. Y'all trying to delineate and separate yourself from other Africans. That is what y'all are doing. And they say y'all ain't like I'm crazy for calling y'all out, but that's what y'all doing.
No, we're telling you you're crazy because that's not what motherfuckers are doing. An ethnic distinction, James, is not trying to put someone down. You may put someone down while ethnically distinguishing yourself, but that's not what ethnically distinguishing yourself means. A person from America that's white and a person from Russia that's white are not the same thing. They're the same thing racially. They're both white people, but ethnically, one's a Russian and one's an American. If a Russian was to come over to America and have a baby in America, the baby is going to be white, right? But he's not going to be a white American ethnically. He's going to be a white Russian ethnically, a Russian American.
Man, that's crazy.
We're trying to teach you this shit, but it's like it's going over your head.
So you saying that's just like saying I don't know that Donald Trump got some German DNA or something.
This has nothing to do with anything. Why do you keep going back to DNA? We're not talking about genetics right now. We're talking about ethnicity.
All of this shit go back to the same thing, though.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
and this is what we keep trying to get.
They only subjugated us because we came from Africa, bro.
Listen, James. This is something that
you didn't look like you look. you wouldn't even be in this conversation.
James, this is a topic that you're not going to be able to comprehend. It's just
It's
above
a
your.
topic that y'all can't comprehend. This
We
shit is about
comprehend.
your African DNA. That's it. Trying to
James,
say you don't come from Africa ain't gonna help you.
who told you? Did you ever hear me say I didn't come from Africa genetically?
Especially what you don't want to acknowledge it in your
How do you know
acronym
that?
as far as where you come from. You don't want to use African. You
My
want to say you FBA. You want to not even use Africa anymore.
Hold on. You
You
said
don't
I
want
don't
to
want
say that you ADOS.
Hold on. You said I don't
like that.
acknowledge it in my acronym.
Well, I'm just saying you don't want to acknowledge your Africanness up in anything that you do, because African American ain't good enough. Because like I told you, you can use continental Africans, you can use Caribbean Africans, you can do it that way. This shit ain't rocket science. Like y'all sitting up act like you just don't be like you can't tell somebody they not African based on where they was born.
Like that, James? Do Caribbeans identify themselves as Caribbean Africans or African Caribbean?
Well, they don't say they're African Americans.
They don't say anything African, do they?
And they know they Africans. What are you talking? If you ask them if they Africans, most of them will tell you, yeah, they come from Africa. You trust me. They history tell them they came from Africa. They were slaves on those islands.
So does our history tell us the same thing, James? What are you talking about?
So what's the problem with us just saying we Americans then? Why we can't use that term?
Because it's too broad a term. We need something.
That's too broad. Well, everybody else, Europeans use it. They don't come from here.
Don't they distinguish themselves socially and call themselves white?
Nah, they just say they're European.
No, they don't. They distinguish themselves.
They say they're European, but they call themselves Americans based on them being an American. This is where they was born and raised.
No, they don't, James. They distinguish themselves. Well, you live in the same reality as me. How the fuck is you gonna tell me what this is? I know what
the same reality. That's why I'm an African American, because I grew up in America, but I know I came from Africa. Genetically.
I know genetically I came from Africa, but I'm still a foundational Black American. You don't understand the term.
Well, okay, now why you can't be an African American? Then explain that.
We just got finished doing that for 20 minutes.
No, you didn't. You still ring around the rosy and trying to say that you can't say continental African to distinguish. You can't use the or like Afro-Latino or something like that. That's what you say.
African American, okay?
So what were the terms before we even was born?
Because if I don't do this right here, James, I don't think that people will be able to see how much of a lack of sense that you have. I'm going to tell you why we're not using African American anymore. You ready? Now I need you to just be quiet and listen.
I'm listening.
We've done this already. So it's like we're going to just say the same thing all over again. The term African American is too encompassing. You yourself out your own mouth on this live stream said that if a person comes from Nigeria to America, a Nigerian man and a Nigerian woman, and they have a baby inside of the United States of America, and that baby grows up and hangs around Black Americans who descend from Black people that went through U.S. slavery, you said that baby is an African American. I said, James, what am I? You said you also are an African American. I said, and that's why we need to distinguish ourselves with a new term, because the term African American will include people that are not a part of my ethnic group or my ethnic lineage. A person that is born here to Nigerian immigrant parents does not share my history and does not share the totality of my culture. So they and I are not the same thing ethnically. That is why we do not term ourselves African Americans no more. Get that? Did you understand that? I said a lot. So I don't think you.
I heard what you said. But
okay,
so
I don't think that.
Repeat back
to me what I said. No. Repeat back to me what I said.
You're saying that someone that's born here in America, if their parents wasn't born here, then there's no way that they could be, or whatever the term you want to use, they can't be that just because then they don't have a further enough history.
No, James, that's not what I said, James.
Yeah, basically that's what you're saying, because it can't be nothing else you're saying.
James, this is what I'm saying. If a person does not come from Black people that went through U.S. slavery,
that's what you said. That's what I said.
That's not what you said. If a person that is born here to two African or two Caribbean parents, they clearly do not come from Black people that descend from Blacks that went through U.S. slavery. So ethnically, they are not the same thing as us. No matter what happens, they will never ethnically be the same thing as us. We're never going to share the same culture and history. They will always be of a different ethnic group. That's why we cannot use the term African American, because that term houses anyone of African descent. And I am not the same thing as a
I get
person
you,
that came
X.
from
But hold
Nigeria.
on, let me just say, I get what you're saying.
Hold
We don't even need to do this no more. Check it out.
Explain to me if you get what I'm saying. Explain to me what I just said, because I don't think you got it.
No, I do got it. That's why I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it alone.
Go ahead and explain it to me. Go ahead and explain it to me.
So basically, you right, and I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, see, that's a cop out. You did not hear you did not understand what I said.
Okay, well, let me do. Can I read something real quick? So before I leave.
What?
Okay, about an ethnic group. Let me just read this. It says an ethnic group. Hold on. It says an ethnic group is a collection of people. Hold on.
Where you're reading from? Before you read, I need you to tell me where you're reading from.
I'm reading right from Google. I'm just reading. I didn't prompt it anything. Only thing I didn't say. I didn't put Pan-African in there. I didn't put any type of buzzwords to make it say anything. The only thing that's in the hold on, I want to tell you, the only thing is just ethnic group. Just that. Nothing else.
Okay, go ahead.
Man,
go ahead.
It says an ethnic group is a collection of people who identify with each other based on shared culture and genetic traits. And genetic traits. Pause. It says such as language, religion, ancestry, and customs with which are passed down through generations.
Hold on, James. Hold on. I want to read along with you. You say you typed into Google ethnic
groups.
Ethnic group or groups?
Just group. No
ethnic
X.
Group. Okay. I want to see what you're reading. Okay, you're talking about the AI overview. It says an ethnic group is a collection of people who identify with each other based on shared cultural and genetic traits such as language, religion, ancestry, and customs, which are passed down through generations. These shared characteristics distinguish the group from others and can include common origin. James, this is what I want you to do. Just type in ethnic.
No. Why I gotta type in some more shit?
Because I want to get the definition. Type in ethnicity definition. That way we get right down.
No. What's wrong with this first? No. I want to know what's wrong with this. What's wrong with the ethnic group thing?
Because
that's what we've been talking about for about an hour.
The definition is
wrong.
No, it's not wrong. But an ethnic group is a. It's what? Okay. An ethnic group. Yeah. Okay. An ethnic group distinguishes people of different culture and historical backgrounds. That's what an ethnic group does. I don't have a problem with what we just read.
It seems like you do.
No, I don't.
So like I said, a European can't be in our ethnic group.
Yeah, but neither can I. Yeah. Yo no tengo tiempo para hablar. I'm at work.
He broke out some Arabic on me. That was fine.
I can speak Spanish. I'm multilingual.
Right. Yeah, I see why we ain't all on the same page.
Because I'm smarter than you?
Nah, you ain't that. Just because you can speak another language don't mean you smarter than us. So you saying you smarter than everybody that don't speak the two languages. Is that what you saying?
You know, I never said that.
That's what you just said.
That's not what I just said. I said because I'm smarter than you. I was very
you smarter than me because you speak two languages. That's what you said.
No.
Yeah, your assessment is why he's smart. Your assessment by what he said is why he's smarter than you.
Yeah, he said it because he speaks two languages, though.
No, your assessment is what led me to tell you that. I speak.
But I mean, I didn't tell you to say that. You said that on your own.
You know what an assessment is?
You don't even understand what an assessment is. God damn.
You said that I assessed that and made you say that. That's what you're saying. But that's not what happened.
You assess what?
That because he speaks two languages that I'm insinuating that like you, I think you think you smart. I didn't say that. You said that on your own.
No, what this guy is crazy.
No, I'm not. I'm just more intelligent to understand what you're trying to give a back.
Yeah, he's
you're trying
too
to play
old to
like I don't
like this,
understand what's going on. Now, see, now it's ageism because I'm not going to acknowledge this FBA bullshit y'all trying to pull, Ron.
Nobody has a gun to your head making you acknowledge anything.
Y'all probably was born in the 80s. You know what I'm saying?
I was born in the 90s.
See what I'm saying? How you gonna tell me something?
Me being
Oh,
smarter than
shit.
you doesn't have anything
See
to
what I'm
do with our
saying?
age.
See, that's what it do. It got a lot to do with it. You don't even
No,
know
it
what the
doesn't.
fuck happened before in the 70s and the 60s.
Let me ask you a question. When you
You didn't even live through that experience. You don't
let
even
me
know what
ask
the
you a
fuck
question.
going
When you
on. You
turned
grew
50,
up in
did you get a PhD? When you turned 50, did you get a
you
PhD?
grew up in integration. That's probably you fighting for the
When you turned 50,
you fighting for that mixture.
what's his name again? When you turned 50,
That's what it is. Got it.
James, when you turned 50, did you get a PhD for turning 50?
A PhD don't make you know everything.
When you turn, just answer the question.
That just means you specialize in that particular field that you got
Did
the
you get a
PhD in.
PhD when you turned
So if
50?
I was a heart surgeon, don't mean I know shit about the body.
But see that, and this is where you're wrong. You don't even understand. People that go through graduate school have an encyclopedic understanding of things. They just don't
Man, my
specialize.
sister got a master's degree from USC. She don't know everything.
A master's degree is not the same thing as a PhD, my man.
Don't
But good luck
matter.
with that. It does matter. That it matters a lot. That's why they are distinguished. A person that obtains a master's degree is not of the same value as a person that obtains a PhD.
Well, all right, fellas, this been real. I see I ain't gonna be able to talk, so
Wait,
I'm out.
hey, James, hold on. Hey, yeah. So now X, I had warned him. I had a conversation with James yesterday that I could have made public. I could have made it public. I felt sorry for the guy. So I said, James, listen, man, I can make this live unbeknownst to you, but I ain't gonna do that. So I said, bro, I need you to come back on, but I need you to take it serious. I said, bring Smash Rock, bro, bring all those clowns, and don't repeat what you did on the phone. And he did exactly just that.
Yo, he a different breed, man. We explained to him like 20 different times why the need to change the ethnonym, and we had to keep repeating to him, and in the end, he still didn't get it. Then after you explain to him what an ethnicity is, he shows you that he doesn't understand by taking us to the term ethnic group from a Google search. I just told him it's people that share the same culture and history, not just one or not just the other. They have to share both in order to be a part of that ethnic group. This guy still goes to something that's off the wall, and I'm like, yo, what is it? Me? I'm thinking there's something wrong with me. Like, nigga, the fuck? Why I gotta keep repeating it? Why I gotta keep repeating the same shit to you?
All of that. All
Who
of
is
that to hold up Pan-Africanism.
exactly? Who is Holy FBA? That's Lex Vortex?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know it was that dude. I would have said peace to him. I didn't even know. But
Hey,
yeah, man.
hey,
When you told me that you got Pan African James from by Unc and them, I already knew. Yeah, this shit, we not going nowhere. I already knew from now. I was like, yeah, we ain't going nowhere. This is gonna be a circular arguments all day.
a Pan-African, can you bring somebody else from your crew on, bro, tomorrow? And you can come just listen, but I don't want you engaging. But bring somebody else from. And yeah, do you know that this dude got some debate coming up? The dummies is.
Yeah, that's a hard listen right there. That'd be like listening to Unc give a lecture or some shit. That's hard, nigga. Not even an insult, Unc. It's just Unc like I know Unc. And I know Unc don't be making no type of motherfucking sense. And you can tell him something 10 times. He not gonna get it, and he gonna create a straw man argument. Maybe it's niggas that come from that. Is he from Unc generation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe
Yeah,
it's
57.
Yeah, maybe it's something. Remember I told you about my boy Sean Bay?
Yeah.
How you only know something if you old enough to know it. And he's gonna ask you how old you are. That's the qualifier for whether or not you know what you're talking about. I was like, what? You can't hear that I'm intelligent? You can hear that I'm educated on the subject matter?
Yeah, but look, let me tell you this. Let me defend myself. The holy FBA and X. I vetted him yesterday, and he was more mature yesterday. When we talked the phone about an hour, this Pan African thing, he was more mature yesterday on the phone. He wasn't this silly yesterday.
That's hard to believe, bro.
Yeah, he wasn't, right. Like he shocked me, like because it was when I was talking to him first. When I got out of character and called him an idiot, I'm like, okay, damn, he pulled it out of me, but he didn't do that yesterday.
That's when you talk to people like that, they'll frustrate you. because they're not trying to come to a common ground. They're just trying to argue for the sake of arguing. But sometimes it really has everything to do with their intelligence level. You know, he's not a guy that has an IQ that's that strong. So you're just gonna be going in circles. You know what I'm saying? Like when I got up here, I didn't expect to even have to raise my voice. But dealing with somebody like that, that's gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
When you deal with somebody like that, they're gonna bring you out of character. You gotta do your best to try to maintain your decorum, but the frustration is gonna happen because of the intelligence level is too low. That's why when Lex say or he be arguing with Unc about genetics, there's no way a guy with that level of intelligence to argue genetics. It's not possible. Unc can't argue genetics because it's not a field that he can ever get into to study. The threshold for entry is higher than his current educational grade. You get me? Yeah. So I tried to say that without sounding disrespectful, but it's almost impossible to say, yo, you too stupid to understand what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I be trying to, a matter of fact, I caught myself, and I started talking soft. I caught myself calling names. I said, all right, let me just talk soft going forward. That's what I did because, you got to see the back and forth we did with Nigeria colonialism. Like he just, bro, he didn't know what an ethnogenesis was, bro. I'm like, you debating FBAs, you don't know what the ethnogenesis is? Like, oh my God. Like, you don't even know our talking points, bro.
He doesn't know what an ethnic group is, period. You can keep talking to that guy, but it's going nowhere. He can't argue the point because he doesn't understand it. What did you say to him yesterday?
So we touched on Garvey, he didn't really know much. We touched on Pan-Africanism itself, he didn't know much. I was like, bro, you in trouble. Because you don't know more Pan-Africanism than me, like as far as the origins and certain people. He didn't know who, we was talking about, he confused Booker T. Washington with Frederick Douglass yesterday. And that was a red flag. I said, oh shit. I said, you might. I said, bro, you might be, you might mention, you might mean Booker T. Washington. He was lumping up Frederick Douglass in the same era as W. Du Bois. I'm like, bro, I think you mean Booker T. Washington. He was like, well, if I do, I'll correct myself, but he never did because he thought that Frederick Douglass attended a Pan-Africanist conference in the 1900s in London. I was like, bro, I think that's W. Du Bois. Like he was just all over the place on the phone. He called Frederick Douglass a Pan-Africanist. I was like, bro, if he's a Pan-Africanist, why the hell was he debating Martin Robinson Delaney, man, and split from him? I said, Fred Douglass is a proud American, bro.
Yeah, with people like him and Uncle and them, they only arguing with you to frustrate you, or they lack their IQ is so low that they're gonna frustrate you naturally. You know what I'm saying? That dude, he's saying that he's thinking that the term FBA is a movement or some sort of fringe group. It's not a group at all. It's an ethnonym. It's a term that's used to ethnically distinguish one group of people in America from other groups of people in America. There should be no confusion with that. Like if a white person from Russia immigrated to that's what I tried to tell him. If a white person from Russia immigrates to the United States and they come with another white person from Russia, a man and a woman, and they have a baby in the United States, that child is 100% Russian. They're white Russian. They're not white American. Their nationality will be American since they were born here, but their ethnicity will be Russian American.
Yeah. That's common sense to me.
There's a reason you got to distinguish them because you don't want to confuse the ethnicity. But like I said, with people like that, you could talk to you blue in the face. The only thing that's gonna end up happening is no progression and frustration. That's why when I heard Lex Vortex, I was like, yo, let me hop on and try to explain it. But when I explained it to dude, Lex Vortex talking about, nah, he's smart enough to understand. No, he's not. No, he's not. He does not have enough intelligence to comprehend what you're saying to him.
Yeah,
It's
see,
going right.
that's the confusing part with some of these guys. You'd be like, damn, is he stupid or is he just trolling? It's like,
Stupid, bro. Remember when I was talking to Unc about the fucking ancient Egyptians? It's like you going in a circle. You going in a circle. But Unc, I think he comprehends it. With this guy, he doesn't even comprehend.
wait, hold. What about when Unc debated me that Africans didn't sell us to white people, and then I found out he was on a show with Dr. Mayat like months ago, and Dr. Mayat said Africans sold us to white people, and he was on the panel. It's like, yo, I text him. I said, Unc, how the hell was you in a panel and you acquiesced to what Dr. Mayat said, and I say the same thing she said, and you say I'm wrong?
What was the answer?
Oh, nah, I never said that. I said it. Don't make me pull the video up, bro. And I pulled the video. I got it, man. I got it.
What did he say then?
No, no, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Slip of the tongue.
Yeah, I'm telling you, with people that are intellectually dishonest, there's no point. But with people, it's the same. You're gonna have the same effect with a person that's intellectually dishonest that you're gonna have with a person that's intellectually inept. I think James is just not smart. And then Unc said that Jabari told him he was stupid. You know, and I laughed because I'm like, Jabari is not a insensitive person or insincere person. That's not who he is. Like Jabari's not disrespectful. If he's calling you stupid, he's calling you stupid for a goddamn reason.
Dang, that's crazy.
You know, I did my best not to call James stupid, but in all fairness, James is stupid. And stupid means you lack sense. The man lacks sense. I sat there for at least 20, 30 minutes telling him what the fuck an ethnic group was. And he still didn't get it.
Hey, the holy one. You asked him, was he GAY? Yo, bro, I was calling him Zesty in the chat way before you asked that. I think he is, and he was holding that in yesterday. Today, like he really sounded zesty as shit, man.
James, yeah, I mean, I don't care if he's zesty or not. It ain't got nothing to do with the conversation, but
Now I know, but now that question came out, and like he got offended. He didn't want to answer.
oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
he was making another point. Like he wasn't call he just wanted to see what question would he answer direct. So he wasn't even calling that. But I was like weird because he read my mind because I'm like, damn, this dude zesty as shit.
I don't get into that, bro. 'Cause whether you zesty or street, the conversation still there to be had. So I just want to know, if we all on the same page in terms of comprehension. Because I want to like tomorrow I'm gonna talk to Sean Bay and see what his perspective is on FBA and see if he understands it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I can. He ain't gonna call in, but I could get him more. It'd be unbeknownst to that fool, but
Yeah,
yeah, I
no, with
could.
Sean Bay, he more like, how old are you? If you ain't his age, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you would have heard, if y'all would have heard, well, y'all can imagine the conversation yesterday with me and this fool, and he just
James,
making up excuses for everybody who's a Pan-Africanist that messed up. He just making up excuses. What about when I talked about like, yeah, a lot of these Africans admit that their parents tell them to say all these gross things about FBA, we're dumb, we're degenerates, we're thugs, and he justifying that like, oh my god.
somebody, I told you, I be fucking Caribbean bitches, right? They be saying shit like black Americans are lazy. They say the shit.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? I don't take offense to it because I understand there's a difference in education, but educational level between me and them. I don't expect for them to comprehend, but sometimes I might take jabs at them and tell them that they're primitive and that they're so primitive that even if they're not lazy, they don't have the intellectual capacity to create an America where they're from. That's why they flee over here, and then they get offended. You know, but it's like they don't understand that telling the people that made a way for you that they're lazy, not only is it disrespectful, it's just dishonest. If we're lazy, you wouldn't be over here. Because the Immigration Act of 1965 doesn't pass without the Civil Rights Act of 1965 passing first. One succeeded the other.
Hey, Pan-African man. Nah, bro. You gotta get somebody else.
Nah, with the
You just-
Pan-African you just had on, that guy, that's a person that Unc would be talking to. But, you know, they go in circles. I'm not the type I want to deal with someone who's intellectual because we wouldn't stay stuck in the same place. We'd actually reach a common ground. Even if we disagree, we would be able to reach a common ground. With somebody like Pan-African James, I'm not going to reach a common ground. I'm just going to get frustrated that he can't comprehend. I'm going to be speaking English and that motherfucker's going to be listening in Chinese. So we're not going to go anywhere. You know, it's a pointless endeavor.
My bad, the Holy. I set you up. 'Cause when I couldn't get through this guy, I put the link out there. The Holy clicked it. And man, he was
He was frustrated because my man just he don't process shit. That's one thing about Pan-African James. He doesn't process properly. When we got to the end and he asked all over again, why is the term not African American not good enough? I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, are we in the same conversation? Did you not hear what we just told you before? That the term African American is confusing because it's all encompassing. It groups all people that are of Black or African descent into one group, into making us one thing. It's like if you say Latin American, what if a person is Mexican and another person is Cuban? Those two people are from different ethnicities. Grouping them together under the banner Latin American doesn't clearly identify what those people are, their struggles, their plights, you know, their desires or interests. It doesn't do any of those things. And so this is why you would have to ethnically distinguish them. But with somebody like Pan-African James, you're just going to talk in a circle until you get frustrated. It's like dealing with somebody that's in special ed, bro. And I ain't the type of nigga to deal with people in special ed.
Yeah. Now, when I gave the Holy the link, I didn't know. I wasn't confirmed that he was dumb. I was just thought he was just playing hardball with me. I said, all right, well, let me put the link out there, and the Holy can come at it a whole different way, and he'll get it.
Dumb is different from stupid. Dumb means you don't know. Stupid means you lack sense. He lacks sense. So even when informed, he still doesn't get it.
Damn. So he dumber than dumb.
That's the problem. Even after being informed, it just doesn't click. I'm just going in a circle. That's why Lex Vortex was getting frustrated, bro. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? How is he getting this shit? I'm thinking maybe Lex isn't saying it, wording it in a way where it's, you know, readily digestible to this guy on an intellectual level. Then when I come through and I'm telling him the same shit using different words, he still ain't getting it. I'm like, oh nah, there's an intellectual block. He's never gonna get it. And so, I'm not gonna keep going in a circle with somebody. Remember, I told you about I'm not about to keep having a discussion with Unc about ancient Egyptians not being sub-Saharan African, because the only thing he's gonna do is simply keep moving the goalposts. Every time it becomes explicitly clear that they're not that, he's gonna switch the topic of argument. And so it's just the head chasing the tail at that point. There's no point in discussions like that where you go in circles. If people don't share a common intelligence with you, end the conversation and move on. Because you're only going to get frustrated. That person's not going to get frustrated because they're stupid. But you're going to get frustrated because you can't process stupidity.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's no point in that shit, bro.
All right. Let me get to that state as long as I could.
I'm about to get off this shit right now. This shit making me tired.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Tomorrow morning we're gonna discuss some more, play video on
All
diaspora
right.
wars and chop it up.
Hit me up, broski.
All right,
Break that.
peace, man.
Peace.
Legacy. Yeah.
In a
Hey,
real way.
Yeah, in a real way. Family, I'm gonna hit y'all well, live tomorrow. We're gonna go over another interesting diaspora war video with Africans, just going over it, and we're gonna see how honest they're gonna be or delusional they're gonna be when they discuss diaspora wars. Like I would just like for them guys to be honest. But so far, I haven't heard one honest roundtable of Africans. Most likely, they're gonna shift the blame on us. So this is a sneak peek of tomorrow morning diaspora war. Sneak peek. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Sneak peek. Who you're listening to tomorrow that's going to be in denial. Shit. Sneak peek tomorrow morning.
I'm the real one because I haven't met you yet, bro.
Oh, wow. Shit.
Okay.
Thank God. That means you don't live in Chicago, bro.
Oh, I used to, huh? Okay.
So,
Well, we'll get back to that. Okay.
We'll ask the audience after. We'll comment. Who is the real mayor of Chicago? Okay, no problem with that.
All right. So, on the topic, why do you think there's this huge gap?
Actually, I don't think it's facts. I really do think it's an opinion because there's no argument that could back up the statement that says it's facts, right? It's like at the end of the day, if your opinion is to not like me, that's on you. I can't do nothing about it. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just basically what I think.
To like it
and I'm actually glad you asked that conversation because I do feel like we as Black people in general, we need to stop a diaspora war because it really makes no sense. We're the only community that have these type of conversation rather than we need to have unity.
Oh my God. So they're going to be dismissive. Okay, they're doing that. All right.
Of disagreement. You understand what I'm saying? Because when you come here, you're being sold a dream like, oh, America is like fantasy, right?
Okay, that's the lie that I cooked. That's a fallacy. Right. That they're over here because America had like an infomercial saying how beautiful it is, and they get over here, it ain't what it appears. It's smoke and mirrors. Like these guys are lying. They didn't come over here because America had advertised itself as something glorious, more glorious than where they're at. They're over here because their homeland failed them, and they failed their homeland, and they had to flee for greater opportunities. And America was the best choice in the world. Okay, they want to be in denial that their homeland's a piece of shit. So, we over here because America had glorified itself as is better than where we at, so we took the bait. Man, but it ain't all that, man. I'm going back home. Like that's the type of shit they on. So this is just get ready for your. They're gonna be like Pan-African James, basically. So get ready for this. This is for tomorrow morning, sneak peek. But you can already see where they're at. Oh boy. He said black. Well, I'm taking black back. That's what I'm taking. Yeah, because I felt like you, like had to let them have black. But I'm like, I don't know, man. And black is tricky. Black is tricky because now black is not only used for an ethnic group, it's also a race. So yeah, so they get to sneak back in. So I can't even take black from them all the way because they'll sneak back in by saying it's their race. So I was like, oh shit. Yeah, so yeah, it's a little tricky. But family, I'm out of here, man. Love y'all. Thanks for hopping on. The folks who did. Lex, Pan-African James, X, in the chat, man. Love you guys. See you tomorrow morning. I don't know what time because I'm going to bed this late.